itself. And with such a vast vision to attend to people where they are, to let people see the Supreme Concept of Hinduism where they are, to physically go and meet them and give them solutions for every problem, whether it's mental problem, physical problem, emotional problem, whatever the problem may be. The Supreme Concept of Hinduism was ready to attend to every person's problem. And this whole Padayatra would be like the scene of the Buddhism spreading and would be reviving Hinduism. And the Supreme Concept of Hinduism has been enriching and preparing humanity for this Padayatra since the age of 10 to save them from this Pralayas. And you can see from that age, the Supreme Concept of Hinduism has been enriching and initiating people into the science of enlightenment through these powerful discourses, initiations, and darshan. And in the next few slides, we will see the various examples, just a few examples of the various programs that the Supreme Concept of Hinduism has been conducting since the early 2000s. Here we can see a program conducted in Chennai, Tamil Nadu in 2005, where thousands of people were gathered to receive the blessings of the Supreme Concept of Hinduism. And here again in Tamil Nadu in 2005, the Supreme Concept of Hinduism blessing and initiating thousands of people. We can again in the Rasipur, Tamil Nadu, thousands of people being initiated and blessed by the Supreme Concept of Hinduism in 2005. In 2005, in Namakkal, Tamil Nadu, we see the Supreme Concept of Hinduism is conducting a mass satsang for the people of Tamil Nadu. In Salem, Tamil Nadu, the Nithyananda Paramashivam program conducted in 2005, November 2005. Nithyananda program conducted in City, Bangalore. And the Jayanti, the Birth Star celebration conducted in Tamil Nadu, in Tirunelveli, the birthplace of the Supreme Concept of Hinduism. You can see how many thousands of people have gathered to attend. And the Jayanti celebration in Kailasa, just like the Hindu and again, in Tirunelveli, the celebrations for Jayanti. And the Nithyananda program conducted in Chennai, Tamil Nadu in 2006. And the Guru Purnima celebrations in Adi Kailasa in 2006. And you can just see the various programs the Supreme Court of Hinduism has been conducting at the Honest Living program. And various programs, Little Ananda program. The different programs that the Supreme Court of Hinduism has been conducting to reach people where they are, to initiate them and bless them, and to prepare them for this Valaya. Initiating them into the science of enlightenment and to give them the superconscious breakthrough, to bring them to the superconscious breakthrough, the Saptayaga program, which were a series of homas, and along with the Supreme Court, 1,008 other people conducted this massive homa. Photos from where the Supreme Court conducting the homa and guiding 1,000 other people to conduct the same homa. See that in the various photos in the next coming slide. Yes, more photos of the other. You can see the Nithyananda program conducted this week. Again, Nithyananda program conducted. And you can see in each photo how many thousands of people were in it, how many thousands of people were eagerly waiting to receive the kind of enlightenment. However, the anti-Hindu elements have made it nearly impossible for the Supreme Concept of Hinduism to do the re-energizing process by driving the Supreme Concept of Hinduism outside India. So let us listen to Lady Parashakti's revelation on what is the solution for this.
வரை இந்தியா செல்ல வேண்டாமா என்று கேட்கின்றாய். நன்றாய்த் தெரிந்துகொள், சொல்வதைப் புரிந்துகொள். இந்த பெருநரகமான கிருமி போஜனம் இந்தியாவிற்குள் வரக்கூடாது என்பதற்காக 2020 பாரதம் முழுவதும் 12 ஜோதிர்லிங்கமும் பாத யாத்திரை செய்திடவே என் மகன் மூலமாய் திட்டமிட்டிருந்தேன். படுபாவிகள் ஓடத்தின் மாலுமியை ஊர்விட்டு துரத்தினார்கள். என்ன நடக்கிறதென்று பார். முறையாக கைலாய நாட்டின் தலைவனாக நிறை மரியாதையொடு நல் மதிப்பொடு என் நிஜாவதாரம் நித்யானந்தன் திருவடி மீண்டும் பாரதத்தில் பட்டு பாத யாத்திரை செய்த பிறகு மட்டுமே நீ அங்கு செல்ல வேண்டும். அதுவரை உன்னை காத்து செல்லாதே. ஓம் ஓம் ஓம்.
And the translation for Devi's revelation are that the only solution for this pandemic in India to end is for the Supreme Concept of Hinduism to be received back in India as the Supreme Concept of Hinduism with great reverence and respect, and for the Supreme Concept of Hinduism to conduct the Padayatra again and to do the re-energizing process within the 12 Jyotirlinga. That is the only way for us to see the end of this millennia. And as we look around with so much of destruction, chaos, and suffering, we can see what the great rishis of the Vedic civilization have forewarned as the Kali Yuga. And here is the reference from the Kurma Purana of the Kali Yuga, where it sage, Vyasa reveals that the Kali Yuga is the worst of the 4 yugas, where man will be his own worst enemy. So let us look at the translation of this verse. This Kali Yuga is the worst of the 4 yugas in all the world. People are sinful and forget the dharma of the 4 varanas and the 4 ashrams. In fact, many men are so sinful that no prescribed penance atones for their great sins. The only place which is free from such sins is the great sacred city of Varanasi, the Mahapuri. And here is another reference in the Golden Purana where it states that the Lord Rudra, Paramashivoham himself, is the avatar for the Kali Yuga. And the translation for this verse is Brahma is the presiding divinity or Devata, the Lord for Krita Yuga, the first cycle of time. In the Treta Yuga, the second cycle of time, is Bhagavan Ravi, Surya, in which appeared Sri Rama. In the Dwapara Yuga, the third cycle of time, the presiding divinity is Vishnu. And in the Kali Yuga, the fourth cycle of time, the current age, the presiding divinity is the avatar of Lord Rudra, Lord Maheshwara, Mahasadashiva himself. And part of his deepest compassion, the supreme part of Hinduism, Paramashiva himself descended into the human form on the 2nd of January 1978 to protect humanity from this great. So if the supreme concept of Hinduism, if Paramashiva himself had waited just one more year, it would have been too late. 1979 would have been too late. Let us listen to this in supreme concept of Hinduism for
And I tell you, oh Hindus, don't be afraid. I am back with the same science. We are going to be rich. It is not lost. Just the last minute climax. Before it was going to be put off, I've happened. 1979 would have been late. 1979 would have been late. If I had time, I would have sent only ambassadors. Because no time, I have to get up and come directly. O Hindus, feel blessed. Science is not dead. It is available. I have everything needed to bring that science back to life and establish its legitimacy.
yes, the avatar's advent on planet Earth was to protect the world from this great cosmic deluge, to bring to the new age, to bring humanity to the Satya Yuga and give the super conscious Earth. So let us listen to Devi Parashakti's revelation about this.
ஓம் 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 உலக மக்களே கேளுங்கள். கலி முற்றி கலி கழிந்து புதுயுகம் சத்தியயுகம் புறப்பட வேண்டிய காலம் வந்ததனால் வந்திருக்கின்றது இந்த பெரும் பிரளயம். கவலை வேண்டாம் மக்களே, நித்யானந்தன் வடிவம் தாங்கி நாமே இங்கு வந்திருக்கின்றோம். நித்திய யுகம் செய்வோம், நித்திய யுகம் சத்தியயுகமாய் மலரும் இங்கு. ஆனந்தமாக இருங்கள்.
Yeah. So let us understand the translation. People of the world, listen, Kali Yuga has matured over, and, and time has come for Satya Yuga to happen. So this great Pralaya has come. Don't worry, people. I, in the form of Nithyananda, I myself have come. I will make Nitya Yuga happen. Nitya Yuga will blossom into Satya Yuga. Be for this huge hell Kidney Bhojanam not to have come to India in 2020, I had planned to do the Padayatra throughout India in the 12 Jyotirlingas through my son, Swamiji. And in order to prepare for this yatra, the avatar began the Padayatra at the mere age of 10. And the Supreme Concept Hindus has begun enriching people one person at a time with the truth from the sacred scriptures and the secrets of higher living. And even at the age of 14, 15, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism's classmates remember the yatra that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism led them from Guriyatra, Tamil Nadu to Tirunelveli, his birthplace, and a huge pilgrimage site. And when Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was 19 years old, as the Ramakrishna Math, he led the monks of the Ramakrishna Math from the Chennai, Tamil Nadu to Tirunelveli, his birthplace, and gave them an unforgettable pilgrimage trip experience. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism continued walking the length and breadth of India, reaching more and more people and preparing. And here you can see the photos of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism inaugurating the first Kailasa enlightenment ecosystem in the Central Tamil Nadu in South India on the 14th of April 2001. And in 2003, the Avatar continued his Vijayatra all over the world to enrich people from all backgrounds. And with this Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism's intensity and dedication to people, even among crowds of thousands who do not speak English, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism's voice resonated deeply, and his presence moved each one to tears. And here you can see the photos of the devotees in Brazil and Guadalupe, who had gathered thousands of people to listen to the Supreme Court. And the Supreme Court led the devotees and disciples to the Himalayan yatra, where he initiated them into the enlightenment and delivered the super conscious breakthrough. And subsequently, the Avatar personally organized and led yatras yearly and guided individual souls, not to just the physical spiritual place, but even supernal. And in 2006, the body yatras were taken to the next level with the Kodikan Yatra, with crores participating and impacted by the Nithyanandeshwara and Nithyanandeshwari deities that were taken into the city. And so you can see a short clip of the Kodikan Yatra conducted in 2006. And the Kodikan Yatra culminated with the consecration and inauguration of the Garma Mandir. And here, the deities were energized as Ashtavataras to radiate the energy of Paramashiva and Parashakti and to create the Adi Kailasa Satvijnavita as a ship to save humanity from this upcoming Pralaya. And in the next few slides, we will see some of the various enlightenment ecosystems established for the sake of protecting humanity from Pralaya. Here you can see the Kailasa in Hyderabad, the Kailasa in Tiruchendur, and the Adi Kailasa Satvijnavita. Spiritual energy centers were created to save India from this great cosmic deluge. And the Anandalingam in the Ganges River was energized by the Supreme Concept of Hinduism to protect anyone who bathed in the waters from the deadly COVID-19. In 2008 itself, the Supreme Concept of Hinduism created this Anandalingam, or the short clip of
जनमस्सहस्राक्षाय च जगधन्मने जनमो गिरिशाय विष्टाय जनमो मीढुष्टमाय चेषुमते जनमो स्रस्वाय च वामनाय जनमो बृहते च वर्षीयते जनमो वृद्धाय च संवृद्धने जनमो अग्र्याय च प्रथमाय जनम आशवे च जिराय च नमः शीघ्रियाय च शीघ्राय च नम ऊर्म्याय च वस्वन्याय च नमः स्रोतस्याय च दीप्याय च नमो ज्येष्ठाय च कनिष्ठाय च नमः पूर्वजाय च परजाय च नमो मध्यमाय च पगल्भाय च नमो जघन्याय च बुद्ध्याय च नमः सोभ्याय च प्रतिसर्याय च नमो याम्याय च क्षेम्याय च नमः उर्वर्याय च खल्याय च नमः श्लोप्याय च अवसान्याय च नमो वन्याय च कक्ष्याय च नमः श्रवाय च प्रतिश्रवाय च नमः आशुषेणाय च आशुरथाय च नमः शूराय च अवभिन्दते च नमो वर्मिणे च वरुथिने च नमो बिल्मिने च कवचिने च नमः श्रुताय च श्रुतसेनाय च नमो दुन्दुभ्याय च हनन्याय च नमो धृष्णवे च प्रवृषाय च नमो दूताय च प्रहिताय च नमो निषङ्गिने च शुधिमते च नमस्तीक्ष्णे च वेजायुधिने च नमस्वायुधाय च सुधन्वने च नमस्कृत्याय च पथ्याय च नमः काट्याय च नीप्याय च नमः सूप्याय च सरस्याय च नमो नाद्याय च वैशन्ताय च नमः कूप्याय च भट्याय च नमो वर्ष्याय च नमो मेघ्याय च विद्युत्याय च नमः ईर्ध्याय च तप्याय च नमो वात्याय च रेश्म्याय च नमो वास्तव्याय च वास्तुपाय च ओम नमः सोमाय च रुद्राय च नमस्ताम्राय च अरुणाय च नमः शंगाय च वशुपतये च नमः उग्राय च भीमाय च नमो अग्रे वधाय च दूरे वधाय च नमो हन्त्रे च हन्यसे च नमो वृक्षेभ्यो हरिकेशेभ्यो नमस्ताराय नमः शम्भवे च मयोभवे च नमः शङ्कराय च मयस्कराय च नमः शिवाय च शिवधराय च नमः तीर्थ्याय च कूल्याय च नमः पार्याय च वार्याय च नमः प्रतरणाय च
And in 2009, the Avatar held another Tortican Raleigh that garnered international attention, creating a movement where Black Hindus were once again embracing Hinduism. We can just watch a very short clip.
போல நின்பதம் கண்ட என் மனோ நித்ய சத்குரு நித்ய சத்குரு நித்ய சத்குரு நித்யனே நித்ய சத்குரு நித்ய சத்குரு நித்ய சத்குரு நித்யனே நின்முகம் நீனைந்து இங்கு நிர்மலமாகவே ஆனதே இதய சக்கரம் அனகதமும் இனிமையோடு திறந்ததே நித்ய சத்குரு நித்ய சத்குரு நித்ய சத்குரு நித்யனே நித்ய சத்குரு நித்ய சத்குரு நித்ய சத்குரு நித்யனே மற்றவர் கண்டு மறைகள் எல்லாம் கழன்று விசுத்தி அதுவும் அசுத்தியாய் பொறாமையோடிங்கு ஏக்கத்தோடப்பா புண்ணியம் எல்லாம் போனதே எரிந்தவயிரும் ஏக்கமும் சேர்த்து விசுத்தி அசுத்தியானதே விசுத்தியை தீர்க்க விமலனின் பதம் விரைந்து இங்கு வரவேணுமே நித்ய சத்குரு நித்ய சத்குரு நித்ய சத்குரு நித்யனே நித்ய சத்குரு நித்ய சத்குரு நித்ய சத்குரு நித்யனே ஆமை பூகுந்த எண்ணகந்தினை பொறாமை பூகாது காக்கவே
So wherever the Avatar's feet have graced the planet Earth, there the seeds of superconsciousness have been sown. And here you can see the various enlightenment ecosystems established by the Supreme Concept of Hinduism for bringing the superconscious race to retrieve humanity and to save them from Australia. And the Supreme Concept of Hinduism has created hundreds of ecosystems, enlightenment ecosystems, and within India, the Supreme Concept of Hinduism has opened up all of the Kailasa for the sake of this pandemic, for protecting humanity during this pandemic, this pralaya. So if you are interested in protecting yourself and having multi-layered quarantine to protect yourself and your family, you can avail this opportunity by visiting kailasa.org/Kailasa Care to take heed to Lady Parashakti's revelation and the Supreme Pontificate Hinduism's revelations and guidance and protect yourself. The only priority for this year receiving so many blessings, boons, and guidance. How can we show our gratitude for Devi? We can do this through the various offerings that we can make to Devi. So we'll be right back after a very quick break. Actually, we can start the slides, sharing the slides for offerings made to Devi Parashakti. We can enter into this segment and understand some of the ways we can connect with Devi, how we can receive her blessings, and what exactly we can do to receive those blessings. Now we can just start the slide share for the offerings that to Devi Parashakti. So let us look at some of the offerings that we can make to Devi.
Nithyanandam, welcome back to all the viewers. Now let us enter into the next segment of this program, the significance and the offerings that you can make to Devi Parashakti. And we'll be understanding in a wholesome way how these offerings are made, what is the significance of the offerings, what is the significance of every single different layer, and even some of the scriptural references of each and every one of these offerings. It is a pure science made for the whole world to enjoy and to experience Paramashivoham, experience oneness with Paramashiva and Parashakti. And this science of offerings has deeply rooted reasons, causes, and why each and every aspect is the way that it is. So in this segment, we'll be understanding all of those. We'll be chanting and remembering Devi Parashakti. We'll be sharing some of the beautiful stories, the Leelas of Devi Parashakti, and what really is the context behind these offerings. And out of the gratitude for us to offer these beautiful offerings, we will be making, we will be sharing with you all, and really going into all the different ways that offerings are truly a beautiful part of the Hindu tradition. So as many of you know, in the Hindu tradition, whether it is our birthdays or our anniversaries, if we're getting a new car or a new home, or if we're starting a business endeavor, or if we're starting school for the first time also, whatever it is, we always invite God. We always offer to God first. God is the first one on our minds to offer our gratitude and then request the guidance to proceed further in our lives, proceed further, and whatever it is, ask for guidance, protection, prayers, and whatever it is that might help us as we go further in our lives. And we deeply, devotionally, and humbly offer our respect and offer our love to God in the Hindu tradition. And just in that way, many of these offerings you will see, you can offer for these special occasions in your life. You can, in order to ultimately please Devi, in order to have that beautiful connection with Devi Parashakti, that feeling connection, and ultimately which leads to the oneness experience with Devi Parashakti. So now, the significance of this offering, as you can see, is the giving of divine gift of pure love, devotion, and oneness, and it consists of two parts, and that is giving and accepting. Only when the divine accepts what one offers, the offering becomes complete. An offering is not made out of fear nor out of greed. When an avatar lands, the offerings are purely a part of the grand Leela played out for the only purpose of enlightenment. Yes, and before going into the segment, I'll now be chanting the Dhyana Shloka for Devi Parashakti, remembering her, and then proceed for the all of the different different offerings that we have, the more significances, the context, and the rest of the pramanas, the scriptural references as well. So let me now chant the Dhyana Shloka for Devi Parashakti. This is from the Moolagama, and it's the Manonmani Dhyanam. Actually, Manonmani is the the form of Devi Parashakti who is sitting on the very lap of Paramashiva. So let us remember her and deeply imbibe her state. Hindu nivabeda karavahninayam syat pankajavara japaksha angahimabhushana vichitravasanam syat tungamukutojjvala manonmani swarupam. The English translation. Each and every one of these chants have such deep significance, and they have a greater and higher context behind them. And just by listening to them, imbibing them deeply with the space of unclutching and the space of Nirvikalpa Samadhi, you will see that the very meaning and the significance, the context, that very space even is absorbed by you, and you simply start radiating it. Yes, and the Dhyana Shloka English translation is what I'll be chanting now. Moonlight face holding the Vedas on hand, fire in eyes with lotus flower gracing and blessing hands. One hand with the Japamala, beautifully decorated with jeweled ornaments and wonderful clothes and shining bright crown. Her name is Manonmani. And we'll now be chanting the next Dhyana Shloka. ध्याये देवीं त्रिनेत्रां शशिनिभवदनां वेदहस्तां ददानां सव्ये पद्मं वरदमपरे चाभयं चाक्षमालां दिव्यैराभरणविभूषिततनुं ब्रह्मादिभिः पूजितां देवीमेव मनोन्मनीं प्रतिदिनं कामात्रधात्रीं शुभाम्. And the English translation again. I meditate on Devi with three eyes glowing like the moon and holding the Vedas, lotus embracing with blessing and gracing hands. She is wearing beautiful ornaments and other many gods, and she is worshipped by Brahma and other many gods, and showers auspicious boons for all actions every day. Yes, having invoked and invited the presence of Devi Parashakti herself now, let us go into the significance of the divine element gold. You'll see that many of these offerings are offerings in gold. And in our day and age, in our society, we do have a beautiful significance for gold, and we do place value on it. We see it as the most precious metal on planet Earth. We have so much of economic value on it. And when we offer gifts in gold to our loved ones, maybe on Mother's Day, or to our loved ones, our spouses or our significant others, when we offer the gifts in gold, we place value in that relationship, based on how much the gold is, or how unique the gold is, or how valuable that gold is, and if at all it is gold as well. So it is a way that we do place value in things. However, in Sanatana Hindu Dharma, we didn't see it just as an economic value or with a superficial way. We saw literally the element gold for its divine properties, its sacred qualities. It has the property to be able to purify anything it touches. And here in the Atharva Veda, we have the exact verse where and this Atharva Veda is one of the oldest scriptures known to humankind. And here it really shows us the significance of the element gold. It says, triply born by birth is this gold. From atoms of Agni is one. It becomes dearest to Agni, and one fell away from the Soma when it was hurt. One day called the seed of virtuous and powerful Apaha. Let that triple gold be for your long life. And as I was saying, gold is a divine element. It purifies anything that it touches. And it is an element of spiritual significance and great spiritual power of healing and enlightening. The vibration of gold has the power to infuse the sattva energy and positive thought currents in anyone who wears and anyone who operates in its vicinity. Yes. And that is why in the Hindu civilization, gold is present in all of the scriptures, the Agamas, the Vedas, the Shrutis, Smritis, and Itihasas, and Puranas. In Hindu scriptures, it is abundantly displayed that gold is the most auspicious and purest metal, which purifies the very being. In the Hindu civilization, everything was built in gold and exchanged in gold. Ritual feasts were offered in gold bricks. When one was to be saved from life-threatening illnesses, gold was offered as a fee. And gold was in abundance and used for weighing equivalent amounts of commodities, including cows. Kingdoms were built with huge doors of gold. The streets would have huge columns and huge archways made of gold. And horses and cows were always dressed in gold. And horses and cows, as we know, elephants, all the different animals, the sentient beings, were recognized and worshipped as well as the embodiments of pure consciousness, and literally worshipped. And that is why they were decked, adorned, and decorated as well in gold, the most sacred of the elements. And the Hindu civilization thrived on the banks of rivers of gold. The Indus River, for example, was the Hiranyamaya, or the river of gold, in the Rig Veda, and the river Saraswati was called the Hiranyavartani in the Atharva Veda. So in this way, gold is a supreme element for offering gifts to the ones you love and revere. And in the Vedic civilization, temples were constructed and paved in gold, deities were made in gold and decked and adorned in gold. And because it preserves the enlightenment energy for thousands of years, it lasts forever. So now let us proceed into the beautiful array of offerings that we have today. And you'll be able to see all the different offerings you can do. The first offering here is the Ihundi offering. And this is the offering where Devi Parashakti is literally accepting any and every devotion, any amount of devotion that you have that you want to offer, that you have, and that you surrender at the feet of Devi Parashakti. So let me now chant the verse from the Lalita Sahasranama, which is a reference for this Ihundi offering. Bhakti Priya, Bhakti Gamya, Bhakti Vashya Bhayapaha, Shambhavi Sharadaradhya Sharvani Sharmadaini. Devi is fond of true devotion and is realized through true devotion. She can be won over through true devotion and she removes all fears. Yes. So the Ihundi offering is a beautiful way that you can offer any amount that you wish. It's a general donation. And if you have any fears, if there's any fears in the minds of devotees, Devi Parashakti is sure to remove that fear. So you can offer this Ihundi offering. And at the end of this segment, we'll be going through how to make this offering and what is the process and so forth. Yes, we can go on to the next slide. Yes, the next offering is the Sankalpa chanting. And in this offering, you'll be able to literally see how how literally whatever you're praying for, whatever you are manifesting, all of that is coming true. And the Sankalpa is a very powerful Hindu tradition, which is literally the chant for that in every Hindu ritual is chanted before they proceed with the ritual, and also is chanted every single day as well. In the Hindu tradition, there's so much of beautiful ways that you can offer and you can have and manifest what you want into reality. So through this sankalpa, when it is chanted, it has embedded within its lines so many different beautiful offerings, beautiful prayers for the ultimate knowledge, health, wealth, going beyond fear, going beyond lust or greed. Everything is there with you. So just chanting this has so much of power. So you can offer this Sankalpa chanting. Again, it's a very easy offering. And again, you can go wait until the end of this segment. Stay tuned and we'll be going over how you can make these payments today. So now let's go on to the next offering. There seems to be a technical glitch. If I can request the slide share to start again, just stop and start again. If I can request the slide share to stop and start again. There seems to be a technical glitch. Sorry for the technical glitch. If I can request the slide share to stop and start again. And while we get this sorted out, I invite all of the viewers to, you can make sure that you are following and subscribing in all the different various social media platforms as well. Yes, we can just project these slides again. If I can request, if you can stop the share and then share again. Sorry, there seems to be a technical glitch. Yes. So while we are fixing that, apologies to all the viewers for the technical difficulties on our side. Now, I request each and every one of the viewers to go ahead and like and follow the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in the official channels for Kailasa. You'll be able to see the official channels right in the right-hand side of your screen, the left-hand side of your screen, and all the official channels where you can even ask your questions today if you'd like. And we can, while we get the slideshare started again, and we proceed with the various different offerings that we have. One of the different options that you'll have is to make a donation through the e-hundi or the YouTube super chat. And this is a very quick and beautiful feature, a part of YouTube, which is a very easy way for you to make a donation. And all you have to do is first be a member of our YouTube channel. And there's so many different ways that you can be a member of the YouTube channel. There's so many different benefits that you'll be able to have with more than 7,000 videos and cumulative of 20,000 hours of the work of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, and the different discourses, different sessions, dikshas, so much that it would be available for you. And even, of course, the notifications as soon as the live events are broadcasted, so you won't miss any live events as well. Okay, can we start this share again with the same slide? Can we try again with the slides, please? The next offering that we have is the Sahasranama Swarna Kasu. And this offering is a beautiful offering where you can literally offer a gold coin with the 108 names inscribed, 1008 names of Devi Parashakti inscribed. And this is a beautiful ode in tribute to Devi Parashakti, who is the very embodiment, who is named as Nama Parayana Prita, she who likes the repetition of her various names. This is from the Lalita Sahasranamam verse 734. And this is the offering of 1008 names of Devi Parashakti. And it's a very special offering, an archana offered to the Mahameru of Devi Parashakti. So you can offer the gold coin inscribed with each and every one of the 1008 names and receive the blessings to have the Ananta Kalyana Gunas, all the divine qualities of Devi Parashakti. The next slide, please. Yes. The next offering is the Mukta Anguti, the finger ring with a pearl. And it's such a beautiful offering. If you know that your mother is so fond of pearls, and she might not admit it, but in her heart, she really loves pearls, then just to please her and to show her you love her, to put a smile on her face, you'll go out and you'll get a pearl set for her. And in this very way, with the same sentiment, you can offer the Mukta Unguti, the finger ring with a pearl. And Devi Meenakshi, the incarnation of Devi Parashakti, who literally conquered all the 8 directions, the 56 deshas, she's the one who is described being, she is described of having adoring all the pearls. So I'll just be chanting the verse where Devi Parashakti is described in the Meenakshi Pancharatnam for being adorned with pearls. Muktaharanala Satkirita Ruchiram Purnendu Vaktra Prabham Shinjannu Purikinkini Manidaram Padma Prabhavasuram Sarvavita Palapradam Girisutam Vani Rama Sevitam Meenakshim Panatosmi Santatamaham Karunyavaram Nidhim. And the English translation. I bow down to the goddess Meenakshi, whose crown has garlands of pearls and fish shining like the moon, who wears anklets that are studded with gemstones and has small bells, who is shining like the splendor of a lotus, who grants all the wishes, the daughter of the mountain, and who is worshipped by goddess Vani and Rama. I remain ever bowing to the goddess Meenakshi, the ocean of compassion. The next slide, please. So you can offer this Mukta Anguti, the finger ring with a pearl, for Devi Meenakshi, and you will literally experience the same kind of beautiful state, space, being, and powers of Devi Meenakshi, who literally manifested Kailasa on planet Earth and ruled as the sovereign queen of Madurai. And you will be able to have all the blessings to manifest that same power, that same high ambition in all of your endeavors. The next slide, please. Yes, and the next slide is the golden lotus. All the kalasas should be, see, in the Kamic Agama, there's a beautiful verse where it says that all the kalasas should be wound around with suitable thread and covered with new cloth. They should be adorned with lotus flower made of gold. The next slide, please. And there are hundreds of scriptural references for gold and for the golden lotus and for lotus in the worship of Paramashiva. In fact, it's not just the lotus flower, but also the lotus leaves, the stem, the pericarp. Everything is used in the worship of Paramashiva. And there's so many different references, including in the mudras, the asanas, everything has different associations and symbolic association with the lotus. That's because the lotus is considered as a divine flower. Because no matter if it is the polluted waters or in pond waters, the lotus always has that divine elegance, the beauty, radiance, and resilience that is associated with it. And that is the way the lotus is considered as a divine flower. No matter what, in any adverse situation, it still has that divine quality. So in the same way, Devi Parashakti is described to be in any situation having and radiating the state and space and powers of Devi. And in fact, even the Shakti of Paramashiva is called as the lotus. The base of the Paramashiva Linga is the lotus, and the disciple of Paramashiva is also considered as the lotus. So you can offer this lotus in any size which you wish, and be blessed to have the state, space, and powers of Devi Parashakti in your inner space in any and every adverse situation in your life. Yes, and the next offering is the Swarnameti, the golden toe ring. And this toe ring, this piece of jewelry has references in so many different Devi scriptures, and is actually very unique to Hinduism. Even though in popular culture, this jewelry is very much known and used nowadays, but it has a root in Sanatana Hindu Dharma. The toe ring is adorning the toes of Devi Parashakti, which is described in the Saundarya Lahari to be so powerful that you can literally experience enlightenment itself just through the grace of her toenails. And I'll just be chanting that verse right now. Nakhadiditi samchananamajjana tamoguna padadvaya prabhajala parakrita sururuham. You whose brightness from toenails destroys the darkness of ignorance from the minds of your devotees who prostrate at your feet. You whose brightness from your 2 feet overpowers that of the lotus flower. The next slide, please. Yes, you can offer the toe ring to Devi, adorning her sacred feet, to be in constant gratitude for receiving her blessings, and even in the most difficult aspects of your life. Yes, the next slide, please. The next offering is Swarna Mangtika. And the Swarna Mangtika is referenced from the Lalita Sahasranama as well, where Devi Parashakti is described as Shuddha Sarabhi Varshani, she who makes the nectar flow in all of nerves from the Sahasrara. She who gives a very pleasant experience of the ultimate. And the Mantika represents the nectar flowing from the Sahasrara chakra, which is fully opened. And you can offer this Mantika to receive the blessings of Devi Parashakti and achieve the blissful state of overflowing gratitude in the space of complete completion. Yes, and this next offering is the Pratyakshapada Puja. This is another offering, an elaborate ritual that's very precious at the feet of Devi Parashakti, at the feet of the Supreme Concept of Hinduism. The Pada Puja actually has so many different references in whether it is the Guru Gita, the Guru Paduka, Stotram, how the Guru's feet have so much of significance. And in this very offering, you're offering the Pratyakshapada Puja to the feet of the Nijavatara, who is the Guru and who is manifesting Devi Parashakti. So as literally Sarvadeva Devi Swarupa, you are worshipping all of the gods and goddesses through the form of the Guru, the supreme pontiff of Hinduism. This Pratyakshapada Puja is extremely powerful, and you can manifest anything that you want through this Pratyakshapada Puja. The next offering we have here is the Vastra Seva. You can offer this Vastra Seva as well. This will give you any of the protection that you want, any of the guidance that you want, and the auspicious blessings of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Yes, we can go on. Yes, and now you can see a summary of all of the offerings here in the table. We have the e-hundi offering, which you can make again for any amount. It's just a general donation that you can do. The Sankalpa chanting, the Devi Sahasranama Kasu, the Mukta Anguti, the Swarna Padma Pushpa, the Swarna Metti, the Swarna Mantika, the Pratyakshapada Puja, and the Vastra Seva. So all of these are available for you today to offer, and as you can see, it's an array of offerings. If you feel that one thing is not available or is not right for you, then you can go with another option. There's several different options, so you can offer your gratitude in some way or form today. So in this, the next steps, in the registration form, there are two options. Either you might be ready to make the offering today, or you have the intention to offer. So if you have the intention to offer, you might be interested in offering, you might need help in manifesting these offerings, or you want more details, you can go to the registration form and fill it out at tiny.cc/bhavasamadhi. And if you are ready for making a payment, you can go to tiny.cc/devi-offerings and you can fill out the payment form. This is a very brief payment form if you're used to online shopping, if you've done it before, as many of us are doing right now during the pandemic and during the global situation as on now. It's a very simple 3-step process, and you're just going to be able to fill out your payment details, and then you'll be set and ready to go. And after you fill out your payment, and after your payment is accepted, you need to immediately fill out the Sankalpa 2021 form. This form is extremely necessary as it allows the pujacharyas to chant your name during the offering, and you will need to fill out this form, and all of your names and your family's names will be chanted during the puja. So this brings us to a conclusion of this segment in today's program. We also have another option here, which is the YouTube super chat. So you can offer the e-hundi offering as well with the YouTube super chat. And not only that, you will be able to make any kind of donation that you want in a few simple steps. So now we will be coming to a conclusion of this segment and moving on to the next segment, where the representatives from the Adi Kailasa Sarvagnya Peetham will be sharing with us about the various different contributions of Adi Kailasa Sarvagnya Peetham, especially now. They'll be giving us the latest updates from the multi-layer quarantine center, which Adi Kailasa Sarvagnya Peetham is right now. So yes, we have a representative from Adi Kailasa Sarvagnya Peetham, Madhayami Swami, joining us, and we'll be moving on to the next segment.
Nithyanandam, thank you very much.
What I mean by the word Kailasa, listen intensely. Enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself, in your own home, wherever you are. If you cannot come to Kailasa, it's okay. Kailasa can come to you. Kailasa coming to you is Kailasa.
Nithyanandam, everyone. Welcome to this segment of Adi Kailasaship with the blessings of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam's blessings. Let's start with the Sadguru Vandanam. Nithyanandam Paramasugadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gagana Sadrusham Tatvamasyadilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Sakshibhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. Yes. So on 5th May 2021, the Akashic readings by Devi Parashakti revealed and the cosmic truths of the Akashic readings and how the state of the world, the reports are exactly the same. So let us understand this. So on Revelations to the World by Devi Parashakti on 5th June 2021, that Devi revealed that not only people dying in crores due to the pandemic, the financial and mental retardedness, you will also see the minds getting collapsed. Freedom from all this suffering is the life of living enlightenment. First, prevent yourself from this deadly corona. Oh, people, do the job of saving your life as the first priority. Listen properly, people. The only way to protect yourself from this overflowing cosmic pralaya and from the demonic people who search for destruction for themselves and for others because of pralaya, go to Adi Kailasa, getting shelter at the feet of Paramashiva. Save yourself from corona and death, economic crisis and mental collapse that is formed because of corona. Save yourself and move towards living enlightenment. Move towards Paramashiva, Paramporal, doing yoga and tapas, doing seva to all the devotees of Paramashiva. Live a good life. Just for that, I have opened the doors of Adi Kailasa for all of those in the universe, not only human beings, as even siddhas, jnanis, and yogis have come and are doing penance in Adi Kailasa. For everyone who come, goodness, prosperity, jnanam, and yogam will overflow. Do not have fear. Bliss is there. Do not have worry. I will protect with goodness. Just for that, I have opened the doors of Adi Kailasa. For all those in the universe, not only human beings, as even siddhas, jnanis, and yogis have come and are doing penance in Adi Kailasa. For everyone who come, goodness, prosperity, jnanam, and yogam will overflow. Do not have fear, bliss is there. Do not have worry, I will protect with goodness. Happiness is there, enlightenment is there. Do not have fear, bliss is there. I am solving sufferings. I am the Samaya Puratu Kannathal, who comes and helps at the right time. Now let us read the revelations, what Devi revealed on the mental health issues on Devi on 5th June 2021 and media article confirming the same on 6th June 2021. The psychiatric symptoms like depression, anxiety exhibited by the COVID-19 patients, a study posted on June 6th that according to a new study, neurological symptoms like depression, anxiety are also showing to be the common in those who have contacted COVID-19, even in mild cases. The BNC psychology, the revelations about the mental health issues by Devi Parashakti on 5th June 2021 and media article confirming the same on 8th June 2021. By the BMC Psychology, an article published on 8th June, Impact of COVID-19 on the Mental Health of US College Students. The result shows on this article that our results indicate that students closer to graduating faced increased anxiety about 60.8%, feeling of loneliness about 54.1%, and depression about 59.8%. Many reported worries for the health of loved ones. Most impacted their mental health issues about 20%, and the need to take care of family most affected current and future plans, that is 31.8%. Almost one half of students took the exercising and other psychiatric treatments. Now, the revelations about mental health issues by Devi on 5th June 2021 and the research confirming the same on 10th June 2021 by Lauren Lumpkin, researchers at the Dartmouth College. The rates of anxiety and depression among college students continue to soar, researchers say. The researchers at Dartmouth College, who have tracked the moods and behaviors of about 200 college students for 4 years, says stress levels are their highest. The Psychology Today coronavirus, the psychological trauma and PTSD event. How this pandemic will result in trauma responses. An article on psychologytoday.com, it says that much has been said about the mental, sorry, much has been said about the mental health crisis that is occurring related to the coronavirus pandemic. Much of this information has focused on the all consuming anxiety, panic, and fear that many are experiencing. While this is important and needs to be at the forefront of discussions, something that has not been discussed in is the psychologically traumatic nature of what our nation and our world is experiencing. The increased prevalence of post-traumatic stress disorder is expected to emerge as the primary factor driving the growth of the global post-traumatic stress disorder therapeutics market over the period of assessment. What it was in 2029, what it was, and in 2027, what it expected to raise the global post-traumatic stress disorder PTSD therapeutic market, it says 11.91% growth, which is very concerning. The next, the revelations on the world by the Devi Parashakti and the CNN reports that the coronavirus pandemic's impact on global mental health is already extremely concerning, the UN says. According to the CNN report, that there is a high prevalence of mental distress in countries across the globe due to the coronavirus pandemic, especially among healthcare workers and children. According to the United Nations and the World Health Organization, the impact of the pandemic on people's mental health is already extremely concerning. The World Health Organization Director General Tedros Adhanom says that in a news release last Tuesday. The CNN Health says that coronavirus pandemic's impact on global mental health is already extremely concerning. UN says it is now crystal clear that mental health needs must be treated as a core element of a response to and recovery from the COVID-19 pandemic, Tedros said. One of the treatment is yoga. Yoga greatly improves mental, spiritual, and physical health. People who practice yoga experience less anxiety, less depression, and fewer symptoms of post traumatic stress disorder. Yoga also improves well being, including increased gratitude, relatedness, acceptance, centeredness, empowerment, and self esteem, compassion, self awareness, and hope. Yoga can help us to manage stress and self regulate, an important tool in the current time. We are all equipped with innate coping strategies for responding to stress. But sometimes our stress response can become out of balance. We are living in a world that regularly activates our sympathetic response. The body's of way of responding to stress, sometimes called fight or flight. This is balanced by our parasympathetic response, the way our body helps us to relax, rest. Yoga can help bring out our parasympathetic response back online and allow us to find balance. Activating our parasympathetic response brings us into a more restful space and allows us to find calmness, connection, and compassion. The deep, mindful breathing of yoga and meditation stimulates the vagus nerve, vagus nerve, which activates the parasympathetic nervous system and supports self regulation and stress management. Yoga can be a valuable tool for self care, especially in challenging times. Yoga is now being used as an empirically based treatment, often in combination with other interventions, with the benefits for both physical and mental health. Many clinicians are recommending yoga as it may help support the effectiveness of traditional treatment approaches. The revelations to the world by Devi Parashakti and the reports on various news articles that Psychology Today states that when we actively choose a tool of self care, we better equip ourselves to survive and seek resilience in different circumstances. While it is but one tool, yoga offers the potential for connection and well being, even in these challenging times. Spirituality benefits mental health. Research shows that individuals have better mental health if they belong to a particular community or have religious beliefs. Spirituality can help people in many ways. First and foremost, spirituality or religion can help people find meaning in their lives, which is instrumental in improving one's mental health. Spirituality can perhaps help you connect with your divine self. In addition to endowing meaning to your life, it has the potential to improve mental, physical, and emotional well being as well. It has been a source of relief and comfort from various challenging issues for thousands of years. Now, let us see the revelations to the world by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam, on 22nd May 2021. Paramashiva is very clear. Focus on making your body alive, life alive. Mind is obsessive compulsive reaction. It is nothing but a bunch of unconscious reactions. Do not try to sympathize with the mind. Make your body and life alive. That is the only priority for all of you. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism continues to say that I am talking to everyone who has a little love and sympathy for me. For all of you, take this as a guru walk. Make your body consciously strong. Gym will build muscles, make you look very nice in the outside, but only yoga and Ayurvedic lifestyle will make your body conscious. Just see all over the world. All the gym bodies are just dropping dead. Only yoga will make your internal organs strong and your ability to manifest consciousness strong. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism continues to say that he revealed that let me give you the solution from Paramashiva to protect yourself from this whole pralaya, not just from corona. The amount of depression, the mental suffering, the way the whole world is suffering, the kind of poverty happening, people losing their job, income, having insecurity, comforts being lost, so much. Just make your life extremely strong. 3 years back, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism revealed in one of the satsang that, in his own words, keep yourself alive for next 3 years. I have enough evidence that 3 years back I trained these the whole Kailasa in 3 levels. One, devotees in their own homes. Second, Kailasa inside the Sangha physically, mentally, psychologically, or consciously for quarantine lifestyle. For being active without getting mentally broken by being in one place, doing intense yoga, making the body and internal organs strong, taking the bay leaf, neem juice, tulsi, haritaki, triphala churna, Ayurvedic lifestyle of less food and more energy, more activism. I only told it is for an important reason. Please wake up. Quarantine yourself, build your body, don't bother about your business or any other profit or and anything else. This year, if you are alive, that is the greatest profit. Now let us understand the revival of the temple sciences and ecosystems by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivan's blessings, Kailasa's enlightened civilization presents. So across the world, especially in India, the famous temples have been shut down for the rise in the COVID-19 cases. Amidst the rising the COVID-19 cases in Maharashtra, the Siddhi Sai Baba temple, Siddhi Sai Baba and Mumbai Siddhi Vinayak temple will remain shut down for devotees till further orders. The Sai Baba temple will remain closed for devotees from till further orders. The said Ravindra Thakur and the officiating Chief Executive Officer, Sri Sai Baba Samsthan Trust. The Siddhi temple temple administration took the decision after the Maharashtra government announced a weekend lockdown and night curfew in the state to control the spread of coronavirus. The famous Puri Jagannath temple to remain closed for devotees, keeping in view of the surge of COVID-19 cases in Odisha and also in Puri. The authorities of the temple of Lord Jagannath in the pilgrim town recently. The famous temple is closed for devotees since May 5th to as a statewide lockdown was imposed by the Odisha government. All religious places closed for public in Bhubaneswar as city records the highest daily COVID surge, with the Odisha capital Bhubaneswar registering the highest ever single day spike of 581 new COVID-19 cases. The local municipal authorities recently declared closure of all religious places like temples, mosques, gurudwaras, and churches for devotees from Wednesday till further orders. In Uttar Pradesh, major Mathura temples ban entry of devotees amidst the COVID-19 surge. The two major temples of the Sapta Devalaya, the cluster of 7 temples in Vrindavan, recently banned the entry of devotees in view of the rising COVID-19 cases. Gujarat Somnath temple closed for darshan amidst the COVID-19 surge. In view of the surge in the COVID-19 infections, the Somnath Temple Trust has announced that the temple will remain shut for devotees from April 11 for an indefinite period. On the other hand, in South India, the Tamil Nadu, one of the Chola era temple murtis beheaded. The murtis of the Chola era temple have been vandalized in Pudukkottai, Tamil Nadu. A devotee who went to the temple was shocked to find all the murtis in the temple in a beheaded state. He lodged a complaint with the local police later. The Kailasa temple in a village in Pudukkottai is said to belong to the era of Kuluchunga Chola too. With Shiva as the presiding deity, the temple houses other deities such as Ganesha, Parvati, Murugan, Krishna, and Nandi. All of these murtis were discovered in a beheaded state few days ago. So, having understand the condition of the temples, the famous temples been shut down, and now in the times of COVID-19 is rampant, the ancient temples are in lockdown because of the risk of widespread corona disease. The devotees of these temples were visiting and having a darshan of their gods and goddesses for thousands of years. At all these ancient sacred sentiments have come to a harming halt after the lockdowns have taken place. The religious fervor of the devotees is being lost due to the pandemic. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is reviving the Kailasa ecosystem and bringing all the ancient traditions of the online platforms on Kailasa TV, YouTube, and Facebook. Now, let us understand the basics of why deity worship. With the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam blessings, let us understand the basics of why revival of the temple ecosystems and first of all, why deity worship. Let us understand in Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism says that please understand deities are not mere idols, they are embodiment of ideals. We do not worship the idols. We worship the ideals represented through the idols. When a divine is present before him in a form that he can see, touch, and relate to, the transmutation becomes an easy and joyful process. Second, deities in a real kshetra, meaning a place where the enlightenment, the high frequency vibration is available continuously, is a kshetra. The deities in a real kshetra are always carved in the form of ancient masters and enlightened beings. Even though they are no longer in the body, they can be invoked through the name or form they used while in the physical plane. When we pray to the deity or chant its name, the corresponding divine vibration is automatically awakened and becomes available on the energy plane to guide and bless us. We mastered the science of bringing the divine to the deities and expressing the divine through the deities. The whole science has been mastered in the Vedic tradition. The revival of temples will be the revival of world peace and world bliss. Revival of temple culture and deity worship, where people are made to look in. There is where the revival of Sanatana Dharma, the Advaita Satya is the truth of the oneness. Experiencing the truth of oneness with the divine is going to happen, says the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. The divine has infinite auspicious qualities. Ananta Kalyana Guna, we say in Sanskrit, meaning the infinite qualities that divine has. Whenever a devotee calls fervently, prayed to save, to protect him, or when the whole universe is at stake and the verge of destruction, the divine manifests to save. What the divine to manifest in a specific form to save the specific devotee or to save the world, that specific auspicious quality we that becomes an independent intelligence and independent deity, we worship that auspicious quality of the divine. For example, Shiva saved Markandeya from death. Markandeya was destined to die at the age of 16. When knowing this truth, his parents was very stuck in the deep sorrow. So Markandeya decided to remove the sorrow of his parents, and intensely, as by birth, he intensely connected to Paramashiva and prayed him, worshipped him from birth. So when the time of death came, the Lord Yama, which also known as Kala, he came to take the life of Markandeya. But Markandeya hugged the Paramashiva Linga and intensely connected with him and prayed him to save his life. And Paramashiva manifested himself along with Devi and told Yama to leave him. And he said, I am not only he saved the life of Markandeya, he gave the boon of the Amaratva and Markandeya, and he told to write the scriptures of the uh, remove the fear of death. So Markandeya compiled the Mahamrutyunjaya mantra. So there's so much, many books he has written. So with the form that Paramashiva appeared to save Markandeya is we worship him Kala Kala. That auspicious quality is Kala Kala, and we connect with him and remove that fear of death. Same way, Paramashiva dance in ecstasy, and that action becomes Nataraja. That action becomes Nataraja. So, same way he danced in ecstasy, and that action becomes Nataraja. And Vishnu's the cosmic dancer Paramashiva danced in ecstasy and performed the Panchakrityas. That means the Panchakrityas are the creation, maintenance or sustenance, rejuvenation, and the pulling out of delusion and giving us the liberation. The Panchakrityas Paramashiva performs so casually as a cosmic dancer. That form of Paramashiva as Nataraja, the king of the dancer, Nataraja. We connect with Nataraja, and so easy to connect with the Nataraja and get the whatever we want. We can get the boons by connecting with that Nataraja. Mahavishnu's very action of showering blessings on the world becomes Lakshmi. Same way, Brahma's very action of constantly sharing the wisdom becomes Saraswati. So each of the actions of the universe becomes independent intelligence and energy. When you connect with those independent intelligences, as we just saw this, a couple of examples, Kala Kala, Nataraja. So when you connect with those independent intelligences, those deities, whatever you want immediately happens. Whatever result you want, worship with the rites. Intensely, those divine energies who are the personification of those specific actions. Immediate results are achieved by connecting with those deities. In this world, this can be a powerful method through which you can achieve whatever you want in your life. So, having understand the importance of the ecosystems, temple ecosystems, to for the current pandemic that is taking the toll of the majority of the people on their psychologically, physically, mentally, devastating the whole world, and the Supreme Pontiff of reviving the temple ecosystems, which is a crucial for the each individual's well-being, both in all levels, physically, mentally, psychologically, in all levels. So now, how the Supreme Pontiff of reviving these temple ecosystems with the multi-layer quarantine COVID care protection centers at the de facto spiritual embassies of Kailasa. With the blessings of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam's blessings, let's understand more about this. As not only he's reviving the temples, and in these de facto spiritual embassies, the Annadan happens continuously. Not the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has not started this after he come to the public life, but his very upbringing itself, he learned the need for the Annadana, the giving the free food to one and all. Let us understand what is the need, what is the situation across the world that is happening due to the pandemic, the severe, alarming situation of the hunger. The COVID-19, let us see some of these case studies. The COVID-19 is creating a hunger catastrophe in India. The pandemic has led to increase in global food insecurity, affecting vulnerable households in almost every country. It has exacerbated the existing inequalities, pushing millions of people into the vicious cycles of economic stagnation, loss of livelihood, and worsening food insecurity. And you can see the COVID-19 is creating a hunger catastrophe in India. The World Bank estimates that 71 million people will be pushed into extreme poverty across the globe as a result of the pandemic. The World Food Programme estimates that an additional 130 million people could fall into the category of food insecure, over and above the 820 million who were classified into such by the 2019 State of Food Insecurity in the World report. Hunger in plain sight. COVID-19 worsens the plight of food insecurity. More than 50 million people have experienced the food insecurity during the pandemic, up to 35 million in 2019, according to the Feeding America nonprofit, a nation's largest domestic hunger relief organization. The child malnutrition and hunger skyrocket in Haiti as COVID-19 infections spike. At least 86,000 children are at risk of developing a severe acute child malnutrition this year in Haiti. According to the sources connected to the United Nations Children's Fund, the number of children projected to suffer from starvation this year has doubled as the impoverished nation continues to grapple with extraordinary political and social crises exacerbated by the pandemic. Refugees are paying the highest price in the COVID-19 pandemic. Vulnerable groups such as refugees are paying the highest price in the COVID-19 pandemic. We are seeing alarming trends that show many refugees around the world are unable to pay for food or rent or and are struggling to access healthcare and education. The price hikes in local markets and further displacement caused by the campfires have pushed many families further into food insecurity. During April and May, around 30,000 refugees in the Cox's Bazar camps raised questions and concerns. With 60% seeking services, including urgent food relief and shelter, just over one third, that is 37%, requested health or medical care. The famine risk spikes amidst conflict, COVID-19, and funding groups. The number of people teetering on the brink of famine has risen from 34 million projected at the beginning of the year to 41 million projected as of June, he said. Without immediate emergency food assistance, they too face starvation as the slightest shock will push them over the cliff into the famine conditions. The World Bank released an analysis of the rising food insecurity rates in response to the COVID-19 pandemic. The report, released on May 20th, 2021, stated that COVID-19 impacts have led to severe and widespread increases to global food insecurity, affecting vulnerable households in almost every country, which impacts expected to continue through 2021 and into 2022. It also states that the global food prices increased significantly by 38% since January 2020. The World Economic Forum released that 155 million people are caught up in food crisis of varying severity. 133,000 people in Burkina Faso, South Sudan, and Yemen are most at risk. 10 countries account for two-thirds of those facing acute hunger. The resilience of agri-food systems is being eroded by conflict, insecurity, and environmental trends. Join now in COVID care protection centers. Register now through the link below, https:/// kailasa.org/Kailasa care. Now let's understand the what there are numerous countless times the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism revealed the importance of the food that we take, how that food should be. He again and again, countless number of times, he revealed in his daily satsangs and on various occasions the importance of food that we take. One of the satsangs is revealed that what you eat contributes to what you think. What you think contributes to what you cognize. What you cognize contributes to who you are. So, what you eat directly affects what you are. Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism continues to say that is why I'm making the statement. You become what you eat. What is in your plate matters because that is going to become you. The violence based food derived from killing animals and life negative chemical based toxic food both harm the system equally. Organic vegetarian food is not just for health, it gives you an inner space, physical system, and physiological flow to develop the highest psychology. To develop highest psychology, not only your physical system, even your physiological flow needs to cooperate. Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism continues to say more powerful cognitions on you become what you eat. He says your brain is constructed for all these higher things. When you don't explore the higher things, you are bound to feed the lower things and keep your brain engaged for survival. If you don't explore the higher dimensions of consciousness, you will force yourself into the drugs and try to explore the hallucination. Imaginary, illusory dimensions of the universe. So make vegetarianism as a lifestyle. Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism says that the human body is naturally designed for vegetarian food. The inner mechanisms like feeling, thinking, words, everything designed to function with vegetarian food. It is like having a generator which can handle only 220-volt current, or a UPS which can handle only 220 volts current, but it is given 20,000 volt current. What will happen? It will get fused. So the food without anxiety, without fear, without depression, and without biomemories, if they are consumed by a person, the energy with which they think, the energy with which they utter words, the energy with which they act, the energy with which they feel, everything will be aligned to a natural source of energy. It will be aligned to nature, which is the inner potential energy. Now, we will have a understanding of Kailasas, Annalayas across the globe, which serve the free, organic, vegetarian, sattvic meal for one and all to eliminating the hunger. The developmental, economic, social, and medical impacts of malnutrition and famine have a critical impact on the individual, familial, community, national, ultimately on the global level. With the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic triggering an alarming spike in food insecurity, the United Nations have given warnings of families of biblical proportions. In 2020 alone, 690 million people were estimated to be pushed into food insecurity. The access and the availability to organic food has become of utmost importance. Through the Kailasa Department of Agriculture, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam, has committed to the distribution of free organic food to everyone, not just since the beginning of his public life, but from his very upbringing itself. Kailasa's Annalayas, the food bank established all across the globe, distributes and serves the free vegetarian organic food for people of all caste, creed, religion, race, gender, and social standing. Under the symbol of Red Om, the providing relief work for natural and man-made calamities, working to eliminate the world hunger. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism beautifully says that we will revive the food supply system of Kailasa. Before you get hungry, food will be ready, and the continuous Annadan. I'm not giving you any fantasy. It is already becoming a reality. And you find the picture, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself serving the Annadan way back in 17 June, way back many years ago. And let us see some more pictures. This picture is taken on 2002, about 18 years ago, almost 20 years ago. 22nd November 2002, where you find the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself serving the Annadanam. The pictures show that early days of Kailasa spiritual mission, where the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is offering the Annadan, the providing a free organic vegetarian meal on Kartikeya Deepam at Tiruvannamalai in India. In 2013, even with a fractured hand, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, engaged in the selfless work day and night, inspiring the peacekeepers of the sovereign order of Kailasa to engage in selfless service, leading the nation of Kailasa by example. In 2011, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism had a multiple compound fracture with the bone protruding out of the skin. In 2013, two steel implants that were fastened in 2011 were removed as the bones had healed completely. This picture is after that surgery. And now you can see the pictures which are taken on 3rd January 2012, where Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself serving the food at the Thane flood relief in Pondicherry. Some more pictures as part of the Thane flood relief in 3rd January 2012. Pondicherry Thane flood relief, you can see the thousands of devotees are served food. The picture is Nithyananda Annalaya inauguration by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism serving the food on 9th September 2011 in Tiruvannamalai, India. And the picture that you're seeing, where you see the Arogya Yoga Health Workshop, where you see the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism serving one and all to the Annadan on 25th November 2005. And this picture that you're seeing, where you see the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism serving the Annadan, the free food to one and all, as part of the Nithyananda Spurana meditation workshop way back in 2007. This picture clicked on 12th December at Salem, South India. And some more pictures are from Nithyananda Spurana meditation workshop in Tiruvannamalai, India on 20th September 2012. And Kartikeya Deepam celebrations, Tiruvannamalai, India, were 27th, 2012. Inner Awakening Meditation Workshop, and the picture are clicked on 10th May 2017. Kalpataru Meditation Workshop in Tiruvannamalai, India on 10th April 27, where everyone present the free meditation workshop Kalpataru, where everyone was provided the free meals of Sattvic organic vegetarian meal. As part of the Kumbh Mela festival, the Kumbh Mela, where the Bandara feast served for respected spiritual leaders and Hindu monks. The picture clicked on 5th May 2016. Kalpataru meditation workshop on 28th April 2016, where the thousands have fed this free meditation workshop during the Kumbh Mela in 2016. The pictures that you're seeing are from the Arunachala Sarvajnapeetham, Tirunamalai, India. The pictures clicked on 11th March 2017. The pictures that you're seeing are Tiruchengodu Sarvajnapeetham, where you see the peacekeepers of Kailasa are serving the continuous Annadan at this Adhinam. And this picture, specific pictures are clicked on 18th August 2019. The pictures you're seeing are from the Western Hemisphere, where the continuous Annadan distributed during the Guru Purnima, that is the traditional celebration of Guru. These pictures are from 6th July 2019. And this picture that you're seeing are from the Sadashivoham meditation workshop at Adi Kailasa Sarvajnapeetham, clicked on 8th December 2016. Annadan service continues in the midst of the COVID-19 crisis. The picture that you're seeing where peacekeepers of Kailasa are distributing the continuous Annadan, the pictures are clicked on 30th May 2020. Now let us see what is the need for the Annadan, and one of the example, what happened during the Bengal famine of 1943, the proof of necessity for Annadan.
What I found in researching the Bengal famine was that Churchill did several things that greatly aggravated the death toll. India was being used extensively for the war effort. Indian resources, Indian soldiers, and Churchill repeatedly refused to acknowledge the fact that the extent to which India was used could lead to famine.
Viceroy to India, Archibald Wavell, called the Bengal famine one of the greatest disasters to have befallen people under British rule, and said the reputational damage was incalculable. During one government discussion about famine relief, Secretary of State for India Leopold Amery recorded Mr. Churchill saying that any aid sent would be insufficient because Indians bred like rabbits.
In 1943 and 1944, in the man-made famine of Bengal, as per existing records, 3+ million were murdered. The Prime Minister of the world's biggest empire, controlling 1/3 of mankind, claimed they could not do anything about the people dying of hunger because Hindus bred like rabbits and the famine was their fault. On the other hand, in 2016, just in one event, Ujjain Kumbh Mela, the peacekeepers of Kailasa served organic food to over 3+ million people. The peacekeepers of Kailasa, under the leadership of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, have served the more than 1 billion free meals. Not only that, past 26 years, and are determined to end hunger and poverty in all its forms. The continuous Annadan is happening in all the Kailasas across the world. Kailasa with 200 peacekeepers at any given time can deliver whatever what even one of the biggest countries could not deliver. Kailasa is not driven by war, fear, or greed. It is an enlightened based nation driven by selfless service. The scriptural reference, according to the Taittiriya Upanishad, chapter 3, verse 9, it says that in the Vedagamas, the source of Hindu scriptures, the Taittiriya Upanishad, that Annam Bahu Kurvita, that is, that which means let us produce food in large quantities. Through the widespread distribution and promotion of free, healthy, organic food, Kailasa's global peacekeepers, led by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, serve such that we may achieve food security, improve nutrition, and promote the sustainable agriculture globally. Annadan is a vision to end poverty and hunger in all its forms. Join now the COVID care protection centers. Register now through the link below, https://kailasa.org/Kailasa care. Now let us see the revelations by the Devi Parashakti on 12th May 2021. Devi revealed that through the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism that I came as Nija Avatar. I am blessing you, listen. People, listen. To do good to all of you, I have taken the form of Nithyananda and came down as Nija Avatar. People of India, listen carefully. Listen. Time after time, Bharatam is Jnana Bhumi, where the enlightenment beings come. We cannot make Jnana Bhumi as infertile. Enlightened beings have to come. They have to live. It has to flower. Few hypocrites, because they are stuck in delusion, we cannot sacrifice the world. Cosmos cannot be destroyed. The ship I did to save the cosmos from being destroyed, that is called Adi Kailasa. The ship I did to protect beings from Pralaya in Adi Kailasa because of conspiracy of the Drohis and enemies rule, the captain has to leave the ship. Before 12 years, knowing the great deluge that is going to happen, the all Aushadas, by this Guru Purnima, that Jnana Rasavadam, Navapashana is going to flower. Allow people to come and take a dip in Navapashana flower. People, whoever comes and dip in Vaidyasarovar, they will not have death, they will not have corona. Crores and crores of people will come in line. Every day they will take a dip in the Ananda Lingam. 30th May 2021, Devi continued her revelations that listen well to my words. For India, I made ship as protection. The Nithyananda Navapashana Lingam in Vaidyasarovar. Go to Adi Kailasa. O Indians, listen. All those regretting losing Nithyananda Nija Avatara without confusion, until without taking it just as a lip service, go to Adi Kailasa. Scores of people will come there looking for health, Navapashana water feast and medicine, to get health and protection and enlightenment. To protect India from the great destruction, I, Parashakti, made this huge ship. Even if captain is not there, ship is there. When the first world countries closed the borders during a massive global emergency, Kailasa has opened its doors to one and all without exception. The various COVID care protection centers across India are Adi Kailasa in Bidadi, Bangalore, Salem Adinam in Tamil Nadu, Tiruvannamalai Adinam in Tamil Nadu, Rajapalam Adinam in Tamil Nadu, Puduvai Adinam in Pondicherry, Pattanam Adinam in Tamil Nadu, Srirangapadi Adinam in Tamil Nadu, and Sripuram Adinam in Hyderabad, Madurai Adinam in Tamil Nadu, Avattipalam Adinam in Erode, Tamil Nadu, Huzur Adinam in Tamil Nadu, Baroda Adinam in Gujarat. Kailasa rushes to aid India as India finds itself on the verge of COVID-19 third wave. Multiple free COVID care centers opened across India. Various social services offered during the pandemic in Kailasa's de facto spiritual embassies across India. Spiritual services offered during the pandemic in Kailasa's de facto spiritual embassies across India and cosmic revelations on global pandemic. Free social services offered during pandemic in de facto spiritual embassies across India. The medical care, which is include allopathy, Ayurvedic, and Siddha medicine. The infrastructure to accommodate thousands. Accommodation for multi-layered quarantine. Emergency ambulances and ICU on wheels. Personal protective medical equipment. Food security management through food banks and organic farming. Join now in one of the Kailasa's COVID care protection centers. Register now through the link below, https://kailasa.org/Kailasa care. Now let us see the arrangements and how the Kailasa ecosystems are getting ready, especially in Adi Kailasa, how the arrangements and how it got prepared to facilitate. You see the pictures of the groceries collected for Annadan. You see the Ayurvedic Sattvic vegetarian food to one and all. Kailasa Department of Housing, Adi Kailasa Sarvajnapeetham, India. The Adinavasis of Adi Kailasa continued working round the clock in organizing the storage of groceries to accommodate the large number of people arriving for Kailasa's COVID protection initiative. Kailasa Department of Agriculture at Adi Kailasa Sarvajnapeetham, India, that the banana plantain in Adi Kailasa Sarvajnapeetham, a glimpse of the self-sustainability and lifestyle and being cultivated in multi-layered quarantine facilities. Kailasa Department of Agriculture, some more pictures that you see at the Adi Kailasa Sarvajnapeetham, where the environmental friendly, sustainable, economy friendly methods of agriculture are getting done. You see the peacekeepers of Kailasa are preparing the next pasture of land by dividing irrigation and preparing of manure. Some more pictures of the Kailasa's Department of Housing. Adi Kailasa Sarvajnapeetham, India. Adinavasis are working in full swing, helping to facilitate all the requirements needed to accommodate the hundreds and hundreds of people coming in for protection from the COVID-19 pandemic. Kailasa Department of Health, Adi Kailasa Sarvajnapeetham, India, as the third wave of COVID-19 hits the world, the medical and emergency response team raises their preventive measures. Each individual is guided to take at least 11 minutes of vaporization before meal and receive their supplements. Kailasa Department of Agriculture, Adi Kailasa Sarvajnapeetham, India. The organic sattvic meals include a balance of steamed rice cakes, curries, and fruits. All items are verified per meal and distributed to different locations on Adi Kailasa campuses. Join now in Kailasa's COVID care protection centers and register now through the link below, https://kailasa.org/Kailasa care. We'll continue the segment after a short break.
What I mean by the word Kailasa, listen intensely. Enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself, in your own home, wherever you are. If you cannot come to Kailasa, it's okay. Kailasa can come to you. Kailasa coming to you is Kailasa. I will revive Hinduism. I am a Hindu revivalist, not by any revolution, but by evolution. And setting model community. Kailasa, enlightenment ecosystems, Sarvanya Peethas all over the world. All powerful cognition.
Welcome back. Now let's continue the Kailasa's de facto spiritual embassies, COVID care protection centers, with the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivan's blessings. So let us understand more of what are the other arrangements and majorly are happening. See, before that, let's understand the world statistics some more here. The world today, the younger adults are more likely to report symptoms of anxiety and or depressive disorder during the COVID-19 pandemic. Ages 18 to 24, The 56.2% ages 25 to 49, 48.9, and ages 38 to 39.1, from 50 to 64, 39.1, and ages 65 plus is 29.3. The average share of adults reporting symptoms of anxiety disorder and or depressive disorder on January to June, a 6 months period in 2019, which was 11%, and 1 month in January 2021 spiked up to 41.1%. The Household Pulse survey reveals this. The share of adults reporting symptoms of anxiety and or depressive disorder during the COVID-19 pandemic by age: adults aged 18 to 24, 56%, and ages 25 to 49, about 48.9%, and adults ages 50 to 64, about 39.1%, and adults ages 65 plus are 29.3. This indicates the statistically significant difference between the adults ages 18 to 24. The data shown includes adults ages 18 plus with symptoms of anxiety and or depressive disorder that generally occur more than half the days or nearly every day. Data shown is from the December 19 to 21, 2020, the source of US Census Bureau Household Pulse Survey 2020. So, how are you feeling? What employees say they feel more than half the time at work? 34% say I am tired. 34 more percent say I'm stressed. 27% say I'm burnt out. And 22% say I'm discouraged. 19% say I'm distracted. And 17% say I'm depressed. So, COVID-19 is the significant stressor for most Americans. Stress in America in 2020, a national mental health crisis. Nearly 8 in 10, that is 78%, say the coronavirus pandemic is a significant source of stress in their lives. Literally everyone. Nearly 7 in 10, that is 67%, say they have experienced increased stress over the course of the pandemic. 1 in 4 essential workers, that is 25%, diagnosed with mental health disorder since start of pandemic. You can see the statistics that COVID-19 could exacerbate doctors' existing mental health burden. More than 60,000 US healthcare workers have contacted the COVID-19 and 300 have died. Of the health workers who treated patients during the China's COVID-19 outbreak, 50% showed signs of depression. 45% showed signs of anxiety, according to the preliminary research. An estimated 300 to 400 physicians die by the suicide every year. The source is the Journal of Medical Regulation. Self-reported mental health among the pregnant women, new mothers. Before the COVID-19 pandemic, the depression rate were 15% and anxiety rate were 29%. But after during the COVID-19 pandemic, the depression rates increased to 40.7, from 15% to 40.7%. According to the report of Helio.com, and the anxiety increased before pandemic it was 29%, and now after the pandemic, during the pandemic, it is 72%. The US cases of depression have tripled during the COVID-19 pandemic. A large study finds a dramatic increase in the number of adults in the United States reporting symptoms of depression during the COVID-19 pandemic. The number of adults experiencing the depression in the United States have tripled. According to a major study, researchers estimate that more than 1 in 4 US adults now report experiencing symptoms of depression. Before the pandemic, 8.5% of US adults reported being depressed, but that number has risen to 27.8% as the country struggles with COVID-19. The more statistics that you see, the young workers hit the hardest. Ages 22 to 25 hit hardest at 89%. Ages 26 to 37%, 83%. And ages 38 to 54, 73%. And ages 55 to 74, 62%. The younger respondents were more likely to say that the pandemic has had a negative effect on their mental health. Now, let us understand the contributions from the Kailasa Department of Human Services and Kailasa Department of Enlightened Civilization presents with the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism's blessings. Kailasa's Department of Religion and Worship, the Department of Human Services, and each of the Kailasa's temple ecosystems consider the right of all human beings, in fact, all beings. The ultimate goal for Hinduism and Kailasa, led by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam, is the material and spiritual well-being and prosperity of humanity. Kailasa is a place where everything related to superconsciousness is revived. All the sampradayas, all the spiritual ecosystems created for enlightenment will be revived and established in such a way it never gets lost again, and they're forever serving the humanity, says the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And he revealed this on 6th January 2019. Now let us see some of the pictures, how the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism worked tirelessly to establish these Kailasas across the world, across the continent, across the globe. Some of the pictures, let's see as glimpse. The glimpses that we are seeing are taken on 21st October 2006, following the meditation under a sacred banyan tree in Adi Kailasa. The peacekeepers of Kailasa, along with children of Nithyananda Gurukul, celebrate the auspicious occasion of Deepavali, Adi Kailasa Bidadi, and India. The pictures that you are seeing are 22nd December 2018. Peacekeepers of Kailasa and the participants of Paramashivoham meditation workshop take part in the celebrations of a traditional flag hoisting ceremony, which is the pictures are taken in the Adi Kailasa Sarvajna Peetham. The pictures that you are seeing are from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism conducting the Nithyananda Spurana Convention, the Life Bliss Program Level 2, and a meditation workshop at Chennai, where the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself conducting to thousands of devotees, which were taken on 14th December 2006. On 17th December 2006, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism conducting the Nithyananda Spurana Convention, which is also called the Life Bliss Program Level 2, at the St. Peter's Engineering College at Chennai, India. And the pictures that you're seeing are the peacekeepers of Kailasa and the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism embark on the Himalayan Yatra, the traditional sacred pilgrimage to the Himalayan mountains, and up to the river Ganga, Harshil, India. The temple ecosystem of Tirunamalai serves as the driving factor in maintaining the lifestyle of health, wealth, and well-being for the citizens of Tirunamalai. One of the remaining living ecosystems, temple ecosystems, this picture are taken where you see the thousands of devotees are in procession, and the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is welcoming all of them by waving the flag of Kailasa. The peacekeepers of Kailasa and the participants of the Paramashivoham meditation workshop take part in morning meditation and traditional puja and ritualistic worship. The blissful pictures are taken on 31st December 2018 at the Adi Kailasa Sarvajna Peetham, Bidadi, India. The peacekeepers of Kailasa, led by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, take part in the Kara Seva, the voluntary contribution of physical service towards the cleaning or construction of the sacred Hindu temple in Adi Kailasa, Bidadi, India. Now you see the Kailasa's ecosystems around the world, where you see the Kailasa's temples and ecosystems across the world, thousands across the continents and across the globe, where you'll find the Kailasa's ecosystems are established by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Starting from the Kailasa in Tirunamalai in way back in 1994, leftmost picture that you see where the Mataji Vibhudanandapuri um, traditionally passed on to the hands of the Tirunamalai Kailasa and Tirunamalai to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And the rightmost picture that you see taken on in the year 2017, Kailasa and Tirunamalai receiving the visitors and delegates for the Kalpataru meditation workshop and Shivadiksha. The blissful picture that you see where in 11th taken on 11th March 27, Kailasa in Tirunamalai, where thousands arrive to celebrate the enlightenment ecosystem and to traditionally meet the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam. The pictures that you're seeing on Kailasa in Los Angeles, California, as a 25,000 square foot temple complex. Housing 80 plus deities. It is one of the largest Hindu temple ecosystems in the West. The pictures that you're seeing are from the Kailasa in Columbus, Ohio, USA, the first temple established by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism outside in India. The temple physically came to life in just 9 months. The chief presiding deities of the temple are Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva and Nithyanandeshwari Paramashakti. The deities are 7 feet tall, made of granite and weighing 6 tons. And their divine faces have been directly hand-carved by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. The pictures that you're seeing are from Kailasa in Seattle, Washington, USA, housing the blissful dancing form of Ganesha. The temple has the largest living Nataraja deity outside of India. The Kailasa in Seattle is also known as the Chidambaram of the West. The Chidambaram temple, the ancient Hindu temple where Paramashiva resides as Nataraja, the cosmic dancer, expressing the Akasha space. The pictures that you are seeing are from the Kailasa in San Jose, California, inaugurated in 2009. Kailasa in San Jose radiates the energy of the Madurai Meenakshi Amman temple. The chief presiding deities are the Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva and Nithyanandeshwari Paramashakti and the Shiva Nithyanandeshwara Paramashivalinga, which have been created, installed, and energized by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself. The pictures that you are seeing are from Kailasa in St. Louis, Missouri. Alongside the Shivalinga and Nityananda Ganesha, Kailasa in St. Louis carries the energy of Tirumala Tirupati of South India and houses the one of the tallest Venkateshwar deities in North America, along with his consorts Sridevi and Bhudevi. The beautiful landscape nestled among the woods and the rolling hills of Missouri stretches for 20 acres. Tirumala Tirupati is one of the most beloved of Lord Vishnu, whose temple is the most visited of any religion in the world. The Kailasa in Phoenix, Arizona. The pictures that you are seeing are from the Kailasa in Phoenix, Arizona, home to over 21 deities, and a with a temple structure of 2,500 square foot. Kailasa in Phoenix has been directly established by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam, serving as an energy field of worship, meditation, and celebration for over 7 years. The pictures that you're seeing are from Kailasa in Houston, Texas. Formally inaugurated in 2017, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has declared Kailasa in Houston as the Parihara Sthala for all the Navagraha doshas. Navagraha doshas, which all the Parihara Sthala means the Navagrahas are hold you responsible for all the good, bad that you do. The result of that, every human being are bound to experience, and Navagrahas held you responsible for that. So, but if in the course of time, if one decides to do the Parihara, the Prayaschitta, and decide to change their actions, then one can pray to Navagrahas. This Houston temple has blessed as the Parihara Sthala for all the Navagraha doshas. The pictures that you're seeing are from the Kailasa in Toronto, Canada. Inaugurated on July 2011, Kailasa in Toronto is the only Hindu temple in the West with all 63 Naimanars and 18 Siddhas residing as deities. The temple deities here are seated exactly as they existentially preside in Kailasa around Paramashiva, the primordial deity of Hinduism. The Naimanars are the most endearing and notable saints of Hinduism. And Siddhas are literally meaning the accomplished, perfected one. The more pictures are from Kailasa in Toronto, Canada, active and alive from 2011 onwards. Kailasa in Toronto has been blessed to radiate the superconsciousness energy of Kailasa. This temple ecosystem goes on providing various temple services to the community, such as Annadan, traditional Hindu ceremonies. Kailasa Department of Enlightened Civilization presents. Now let us understand the ecosystems, how the participants who joined the Kailasa protection centers, how they are doing the morning routine as part of the other activities, how it is helping their spiritual and physical well being. The morning spiritual routine and the enlightenment ecosystem with the blessings of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Morning spiritual routine is the fuel to reach Kailasa. Morning routine and the chemical changes it brings in you and the healing it does in your system, the biological rhythm it sets in your system, all of them are very important. It is an important fuel for you to experience the multiple dimensions of the universe. Spiritual routine and integrity to that spiritual routine, the initiations by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism are completely private, personal between you and me, says the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. The members of the Kailasa's protective, preventive, multi layered quarantine initiative take part every day in the morning spiritual routine here in Adi Kailasa Sarvajna Peetam. The morning spiritual routine consists of the Panchakriya. Soon after you get up, you do the Panchakriya where you cleanse your body and are followed by the Nithyananda Yoga and followed by the Nitya Pratyaksha Paduka Puja and the taking of the kashayams like neem juice, all the herbal juice, and the Nitya Satsang. Morning spiritual routine, when you do it sincerely with integrity, it tune your biological clock to the spiritual practices because the chemistry that you enjoy inside matters that decide the kind of plane of the universe, dimension of the universe you are going to experience. Kailasa or Patala. Kailasa is the where place the highest abode where the Paramashiva exists, resides. Patala is the lowest realm where the lower than the human realm and where the demons live. Or Swarga or Naraka, that means the Swarga is the heavens and Naraka is the hell. Morning spiritual routine is the direct path to Kailasa. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism says, person who is in love will wait to spend time with the beloved. If you are a seeker, you will be waiting for this 5 hours every day because that is the time you get near what you are seeking closely. A person who is in love will be waiting to spend time with the beloved. A person who is seeking will be waiting to spend these 4 hours because this is the time you get closest to what you are seeking. Your seeking takes shape into the system. When your beloved comes near you, if you are tired and love is gone, dead. During the morning 4 hours, if you are bored, your seeking is dead, gone. You need thorough overhauling inside you. You need to ask yourself, you need to question many of your answers. You need to bring pure questioning back to your life, says the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. The Panchakriya involves the five powerful processes to remove the toxins and impurities from your system. Just like how we take a shower every day to clean the external parts of the body, Panchakriya is a powerful process cleansing the internal, a powerful cleansing processes which cleanses the internal organs of our body. Keeping it cool, these techniques not only cleanse our body but bring peace and balance to our mind and lightness and bliss to our being. After you cleanse your body, you do the yoga. When you do the yoga, you experience your entire body becoming Amrita Sharira. That means Amrita is a nectar. Your Sharira is body. So after doing the yoga, your body feels like your body is filled with the nectar. It becomes an ecstatic body just by the air, without any external touch. In puja, you experience the space of bhakti, devotion, the space of surrender that occurs to you from this devotion moves you from I, which is so heavy, to the God or Guru. This surrender allows us to drop all the unnecessary baggage from the head. One of the beautiful pujas in Hinduism is Rudrabhishekam. In Rudrabhishekam, we offer sacred bath to the Shivalinga while chanting a powerful mantras. The Shivalinga is a deity which beautifully represents the divine. Its form indicates how God is beyond form and formless. In puja, we sit down and connect with the God by performing the Rudrabhishekam. O Sadashiva, O God, I know you are the source of everything. You are everything, and you are in this Shivalinga, and you are in this body. Let me connect with you. Let you reveal yourself to me. When we sit in that power, we sit with that context and do the action of Rudrabhishekam. We experience the Bhava Samadhi. Only in Bhava Samadhi can give us the highest taste and higher joy in life. Rudrabhishekam is a beautiful ritual which allows us to experience the Bhava Samadhi of Shivoham, that I am the divine. When you are integrated to the morning spiritual routine, you manifest Shaktis and spiritual powers with the when you are integrated to this morning spiritual routine. If you just follow this morning 5 hours, enough. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism says that you will have Vak Shakti, that is, whatever you say will become reality. All Shaktis manifesting in you, because all the obstacles for manifesting Shaktis, the tiredness, the boredom, pitta, fatigue, everything will be churned out in that morning 5 hours. The morning puja is the most powerful mandala process. Shakti Pata, melting your being, melting your being, and then sitting and listening to the sacred truths, constantly inspiring, engaging, alive, awakening. Just this morning 5 hours. If you can bring integrity and authenticity, all the obstacles stopping you from power manifestation will disappear. Some may think that I can do the morning spiritual routine from my home. You can perform all the spiritual practices by yourself, like the morning yoga and Nitya Puja. But there will always be a risk of losing your initial inspiration and excitement after a few days and or after few weeks. Living in the enlightenment ecosystem, even if your boredom or tiredness try to pull you down, the Sangha will support you, help you by giving the wake up call and supporting you to complete your incompletions. In Sanatana Hindu Dharma, coming back to the revival of the temple ecosystems, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism continue to explain that in Sanatana Hindu Dharma, we had at least 10,000 sampradayas. religious, spiritual traditions, keeping this enlightenment science alive. Each Hindu sampradaya is a spiritual ecosystem created for keeping enlightenment science alive. Every monastery, every adhinam, every mutt, every temple, every Veda Patashala, every Sarvajna Pita is a lineage, sampradaya created to keep the ecosystem of spiritual enlightenment alive. Some may be a Shakta. These are the various traditions or sampradayas in Sanskrit. Some may be a Shakta, some may be a Yoga, some may be Vedanta, some may be Tantra, some may be Shakta Vedanta, some may be Shaiva Tantra, some may be Yoga Vedanta, some may be Yoga Shaiva, some may be Vaidika Shaiva, all kinds of permutation and combination. Each temple, each mutt, each monastery, each adhinam, each Veda Patashala, each sannyasa sampradaya is a spiritual ecosystem created to keep the enlightenment science alive of that sampradaya. Join now. This COVID care protection centers register now through the link below https colon forward slash kailasa.org /Kailasa care. Now let us see the glimpses from the morning spiritual routine from the Adi Kailasa Sarvajna Peetam. More glimpses from the members enrolled in Kailasa's COVID protection initiative as they practice the morning spiritual routine, which consists of Nithyananda Yoga, Guru Puja and Shiva Puja as a Nitya Puja daily routine, and the listening of the satsangs. In the enlightenment ecosystem of the headquarters of Adi Kailasa, Bidadi, Bangalore. We just had understood that the morning spiritual routine makes up the first 5 hours everyone's day, including the Panchakriya. It is one of the most fundamental and vital practice for seeker, anyone on the path to achieve enlightenment, to achieve the ultimate superconsciousness space of Paramashivoham. More glimpses of this morning spiritual routine from the Adi Kailasa Sarvajnapeetam, India. Some more glimpses from the morning spiritual routine. Some more glimpses that you can see. Some more glimpses. The puja by the participants of these COVID care centers from Adi Kailasa Sarvajnapeetam. So join now of these COVID care protection centers and register now through the link below https colon // kailasa.org /Kailasa care. We'll continue this after a short break. Now let's have some more understanding from the revelations of the Devi Parashakti and what is the need for joining these Kailasa's multi-layered quarantine opportunity for India and joining these COVID care protection centers during the COVID-19 as a practical solution resulting in health, joy and bliss. Let's listen from Devi revelations, which is in language, and we will be will have the translation of the Devi's revelations.
நீ சொல்லும் நபர்கள் போடும் சண்டை சச்சரவெல்லாம் எரியும் பெருநெருப்பில் இருக்கும் இரண்டு எலிகள் போடும் சண்டை போன்றது. யார் சரி யார் தவறென்பது இப்பொழுது முக்கியம் அல்ல. உயிர் காத்துக் கொள்ளுங்கள், எல்லோரும் நன்றாய் புரிந்து கொள்ளுங்கள். நன்மையைச் சொல்லுகின்றேன், உண்மையைச் சொல்லுகின்றேன். இந்திய நாட்டில் இருக்கும் மக்கள் எல்லோரும் கேளுங்கள். கருட புராணத்தில் வியாசன் சொன்ன கிருமி போஜனம் என்னும் நரகம் திறந்து நேரடியாய் இந்தியா மீது இடிபோல் விழுகின்றது. ஆதி கைலாசத்திற்கு ஓடிச் சென்று வருமுன் காத்துக் கொள்வது மட்டுமே ஒரே வழி. கொரோனா பெருந்தொற்று கொள்ளை நோய் கிருமி போஜனம் எனும் நரகத்தை பூமிக்கு கொண்டு வந்து விட்டது. அகோர தாண்டவத்தின் ஆட்டம் யாராலும் அடக்க முடியாத அளவிற்கு ஆரம்பித்து விட்டது. புதிதாய் உருக்கொண்டிருக்கும் இந்த நுண்ணுயிரி மைல்கள் கடந்தும் காற்றினில் உயிரோடு இருந்து மற்ற உயிர்களையும் அழித்து உடல்களை தின்னும் பெரும் வலிவு கொண்ட பேரசுரர்களாய் வலம் வர துவங்கி விடுகின்றது. நன்றாய் புரிந்து கொள்ளுங்கள். வருமுன் காத்துக் கொள்ளுங்கள், அது ஒன்றே வழி. அதற்காகவே ஆதி கைலாசத்தை திறந்து வைத்திருக்கின்றேன். உயிர் காத்துக் கொள்ள வேண்டி விரும்பும் எல்லோரும் ஓடுங்கள் ஆதி கைலாசத்திற்கு. இந்தியாவில்தான் இந்த நரகம் திறந்து உலகெங்கும் பரவப் போகின்றது. கிருமி போஜன நரகம் பூமிக்கு வந்துவிட்டது. மனிதர்கள் செய்த மகா கொடுமைகளினால். அன்னை முன்னின்று என் அடியவரை காப்பேன் சொல்வதை கேட்டு உயிர் காத்துக் கொள்ள விரும்புவோர் வருமுன் காப்பது ஒன்றே வழி என்று தெரிந்து செல்லுங்கள் ஆதி கையிலைக்கு. ஓம் ஓம். நீ
The translation of what Devi Parashakti revealed in this video on 31st May 2021 that everyone in India, all of you listen. The hell of Krimi Bojanam that was mentioned by the Vyasa in Garuda Puranam has opened and is directly falling on India as thunder, running to Adi Kailasa and protection. From it is the only way protection by preventive quarantine. Deadly corona, life-taking disease has brought the hell known as Krimi Bojanam to earth. The dance of Agora Thandava, which no one could control, has started. This microorganism that has formed will be alive in air for miles together. Destroying other souls, it will eat bodies. It has started the roaming as the great demons with tremendous strength, tremendous strength. Understand properly, prevention is the only way. For that, I have opened Adi Kailasa. For those who want to save their lives, all of you run to Adi Kailasa. Only in India, this hell is going to open and is going to spread to the whole world. The Krimi Bhojanam hell has come to the earth because of the sufferings done by the humans. Mother, I will protect those at my feet, those who listen to me and wish to save their lives. Learning that prevention is the only way, go to Adi Kailasa. The various scriptural references of the Krimi Bhojanam or Krimi Bhojana are from the various scriptures references. Krimi Bhojana is one of the 28 hells described in Hindu scriptures. That means people are sent to suffer in a pit to be eaten up by the worms. In Garuda Purana, cosmology of hell and the nether regions. In Devi Bhagavata Purana, we find the reference. Devi Bhagavata Purana, various references on chapter 21 on narrative of hells and chapter 22 on the narrative of the sins leading to hells. And in the Shiva Purana, chapter 16, uplift from hell, section 5, and Skanda Purana, chapter 12, redemption of hells, chapter 2, the merit of visiting Setu, chapter 38, the glory of Danishkoti, and Brahmanda Purana, chapter 12, 20, the hell in nether regions, and chapter 106, sufferings in hell, and in Padma Purana, chapter 48, section on the nether world. And you see the various statistics of this corona around the world. The total deaths so far 3 million, and the total confirmed cases are close to 140 million. And various statistics suggest that the COVID now is airborne. Scientists say now that authorities think so too. A quiet revolution has permeated global health circles. Authorities have come to accept what many researchers have argued for over a year. The coronavirus has spread through the air. The new acceptances by the World Health Organization and the US Centers for Disease Control and Prevention comes with a concrete implications. Scientists are calling for ventilation systems to be overhauled, like public water supplies were in the 1800s after petted pipes were found to harbor cholera. Clearer indoor air won't just fight the pandemic, it will minimize the risk of catching flu and other respiratory infections that cost the US more than 50 billion a year. Research said in a study in the Journal Science on Friday. According to these germs and their associated sickness, the productivity losses would therefore offset the cost of upgrading the ventilation and filtration in the buildings. The various newspaper articles published that, and the various statistics um, uh, are, you can see the statistics that corona is now airborne and is spreading so um, fast that home quarantine is not possible, and even the government making statements. Assam Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sharma said that home quarantine is the prime reason for the large number of deaths during the second wave of corona um, in Assam. And the Economic Times, the Maharashtra government recently announced the decision to stop home quarantine in 18 districts, which show higher COVID positivity rate than the state's average. State Public Health Minister Rajesh Tope said that the decision to ensure better healthcare facilities to patients in districts which are showing the higher positivity rate. I see the home quarantine is not possible in India. The business line published recently that because of the majority of the people, about 41% of the houses have just one room, or 32% of the room just in two rooms, and an average 3 to 5 people live in one room. And in order to utilize the India's healthcare infrastructure optimally to manage the expanding fallout of coronavirus, the central government on 27th April signaled to change the approach from mandating that every person who tests positive for the virus be moved to isolation beds in dedicated hospitals or units. The government allowed home quarantine for those who with mild symptoms. The key additional condition was that their house should allow for self quarantining. That in India it's easier than said than done. Now, you see the various statistics, various articles publishing that it is impossible to um, do the home quarantine in India. When the first world countries closed their borders during a massive global emergency, Kailasa has opened its doors to all without exception. Join now in Kailasa's COVID care protection centers and save life. And the link is http:// kailasa.org/Kailasa care. Now we will be moving on to the next segment of this program after a short break.
What I mean by the word Kailasa, listen intensely. Enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself, in your own home, wherever you are. If you cannot come to Kailasa, it's okay. Kailasa can come to you. Kailasa coming to you is Kailasa. I will revive Hinduism. I am a Hindu revivalist, not by any revolution, but by evolution. And setting model community. Kailasa, enlightenment ecosystems Sarvanya Peethas all over the world. All powerful cognition, knowledge, only when you live power manifestation and possibilities manifestation happen. It's a fundamental truth. Hinduism cannot live exclusively as one sampradaya. No. All sampradayas of Hinduism is an ecosystem. So don't keep quiet thinking that if one sampradaya is attacked, only that sampradaya is going to be affected. All of us are ecosystem. I invite all of you to get involved and enjoy Hinduism by the principle of Dharmo Rakshati Rakshitaha. When you protect Dharma, Dharma protects. Spiritually, the spiritual prosperity will happen to the whole planet Earth. We all have to coexist together.
Nithyanandam, welcome back to all of the viewers who are joining us today. I'm sure every one of you is eagerly awaiting the live satsang with the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism will be gracing us at 10 p.m. Indian Standard Time. So please make sure that you are staying tuned for the further updates and you're sharing, and we will be graced with the divine presence of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism at 10 p.m. Indian Standard Time. It's going to be a very beautiful way that each and every one of us can sit in his divine presence, soak in the beautiful, powerful cognitions that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism will be continuing to reveal on conscious sovereignty. And of course, I'd like to remind all of the viewers that even as the satsang is going on, you can comment any of your questions regarding conscious sovereignty or any of your experiences or anything you'd like in the comment section, or you can do through the chat on the chat in YouTube chat, or as well in Facebook, Twitter. You can reply to the live feed and use the hashtag #AskTheAvatar as well. And in this way, you will be able to beautifully be able to interact personally. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism might as well just answer your question during the live satsang and see all of your comments, see and bless each and every one of you who asked the question. So you can ask your questions and ask if you feel you have any doubts, sincerely seeking the higher truth that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is giving, then you can ask your questions in the comment section through Facebook, YouTube, Instagram, or Twitter. And later on, we will be understanding how exactly you can ask your questions as well. And we can take a few minutes now to also share this program link. Let's share with all of your family and friends, everyone who is joining us today, about how you can, how you should and you want to share this satsang, the Nithyananda satsang, and share the news that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself will be coming for the live satsang. He will be gracing us at 10 o'clock at 10 p.m. Indian Standard Time. And each and every one of us will be going through the next segment in today's program on the persecution against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. In the month of July, as we are coming to an end, we are strongly introspecting our selves and also doing a deep retrospect of what the actions each and every one of us Hindus have taken now, having cognized and become aware of the persecution that is ongoing against Hindus. Over the course of the last 1 month, we have been every single day presenting to each and every one of you the violence and genocide against Hindus across the world, especially in India, and even in the place where Hinduism was sourced, where Hinduism was born. We are facing so much of attack and no question of safety in in the very land where Hinduism once thrived. And in so many different ways, we are seeing how Hinduism does not have any place, a safe place, to where a person who wants to live authentically the Hindu lifestyle is able to do so without risking their lives. And that is why the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is establishing and continues to establish the Hindu civilizational nation of Kailasa, bringing political legitimacy, social legitimacy to Sanatana Hindu Dharma once again. That is one of the amazing reasons for why Kailasa, why we need Kailasa, the nation of Kailasa today. We were once a thriving, sprawling Hindu civilization with more than 56 different nations. But today, we are absolutely zero. We don't have even one nation. And we must, at least now, understand the need for a Hindu nation. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is literally the foremost advocate for bringing Sanatana Hindu Dharma and its teachings, reviving its teachings, and ensuring that the Sanatana Hindu Dharma, the teachings of Sanatana Hindu Dharma, continue to serve the world as they have been for millennia. And as the foremost leader, as the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is doing so much to revive this nation and stand for the most progressive ideologies in the world right now. Stand for empowerment of women and global animal welfare, as well as the equal and infinite rights of all people with zero discrimination against caste, background, race, class, anything, and even with the equal and infinite rights given to all of the LGBT plus, and no matter what sexual orientation you might be coming from, no matter what race, no matter what your skin color, everything the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is standing for and continuing to revive these Hindu teachings in order to serve the world, empower people in as Hinduism does in its truest, most authentic form. And from the very beginning of the mission, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, from the very beginning of this venture, this absolutely impressive and tremendous revival of Sanatana Hindu Dharma through the nation, through the revival of the nation of Kailasa, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has been continuously standing for, giving a strong stance and supporting the right in Sanatana Hindu Dharma for all women to be empowered infinitely, to be empowered for their infinite consciousness. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, though this might be a very taboo or even progressive stance that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has taken, he still has been standing by it, and no matter what, ensuring continuously that he is standing by these extremely profound, strong stances where all women in Kailasa are even given the right to worship, are given the right to take up sannyas, and given the right to live a violence-free life, which women across the world do not even, are very rarely women are able to say for themselves. They live in a violence-free world strongly, without even a question of the safety in the hands of whom they are trusting. And Yet the Supreme Council of Hinduism has successfully created ecosystems where so many different women could be empowered. And today, the Supreme Council of Hinduism is recognized for his tremendous amount of work in bringing the status of the violence against women, reporting the status of the violence against women in India and against Hindu women to the United Nations, to the UN. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is the foremost leader and advocate for eliminating all violence against women. And the work that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is doing for this is literally creating so many different concrete measures in order to eliminate violence, in order to create conflict-free and violence-free ecosystems. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has done so, has shown by example, be it any of the Hindu ecosystems where literally women are able to express themselves, express their inner strength, and harness their inner strength to take up and be empowered in leadership positions, in administrative positions. In Kailasa, around the world, more than 2/3 of the leadership positions are filled by women. And women take the leading stance, and women are the leadership positions in the government structure of Kailasa, not just in the main government structure, but Kailasas across the world. In all the different leadership positions, women are taking up more than 2/3 of the roles, which is actually a majority of the leadership positions and administrative roles in Kailasa. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has literally created this place, a beautiful environment where women are empowered, women can heal from any kind of trauma that they have been through, women are sheltered and protected if they are targeted for any kind of violence by neo-Hindutva militant forces. And in this preceding segment, what we will be understanding and going into is specifically how the United Nations has recognized the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism for bringing to light and reporting the amount of femicide ongoing against Hindu marginalized communities in India and as well as around the world. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has literally been working for so many years in order to create this femicide observatory where we are analyzing the amount of violence, the crimes against women, and the gender-based killings that have been happening for the last 1,000 years, including even uncovering some of the dehumanized and invisible amount of crimes that have been happening even in the last 2 decades. And the Supreme Council of Hinduism has been continuously reporting and ensuring to report. And now the United Nations has accepted and recognized the report given by Kailasa on the violence and femicide against the women of Kailasa. And the United Nations has published this on their website, the Human Rights Commission, and in the website, in the page for the UN Special Rapporteur for femicide. And it's an amazing step that the United Nations has seen the amount of violence that has been going on. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has literally brought light and shed light onto the immense amount of crimes that have been going on and taken a step towards eliminating violence against women and Hindu women once and for all. And in this report, we have understood the various different persecutions and relentless killings and violence that Hindu women have been through for the last 1,000 years. In fact, the Adi Shaivite minority tradition, which is the community of Kailasa, the marginalized community, which the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is actively reviving, has been subject for thousands of years to persecution whether it is the Mughal invasion, whether it is the British occupation and enslavement of the entire population and entire civilization of Hindu women. And not only that, the Hindu women have been subject to the most horrifying different kinds of violence, that now finally we are able to show the international audience and tell the international audience the truth of what has been happening. Whether it is the persecution by politically owned media or the violent sexual objectification of the women, Hindu women of Kailasa, or the fact that there is absolutely no recourse, no legal recourse in India, or the persecution of Hindu nuns by the state, or the violence by neo-Hindutva militant forces and targeted against Hindu women specifically, and strategized to be using these Hindu women as weapons against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself. And there have been so many different acts of violence over the years. And I myself, as a woman and as even as a child, having been brought up in this community, have seen with my own eyes the amount that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has undergone, has sacrificed literally to ensure that an ecosystem is established to protect Hindu women and to empower Hindu women. Whether we see in 2012, in 2010, of course, before that, in 2012, in 2014, 2015, 2017, no matter what, we have seen the genocide and attacks against the Adinams across Kailasas, in every single Kailasa in India. There isn't even one Adinam or even one Hindu sannyasi and Hindu women sannyasi in the order of the Nithyananda order of sannyasi that has not been through this kind of extreme violence by the neo-Hindutva militant forces. And I myself was shocked to see and hear the stories of so many different women who have undergone the extent of violence against themselves, their person, their character in the media, absolutely being decharacterized and sexually objectified in the media, in front and in the face of the whole public, who knows you and starts to shun you and shame you for nothing but taking up this lifestyle of non-violence and service to the world. Over just a course of 5 years, I have literally been able to see how so many women sannyasis, the Hindu women who have selflessly taken up this lifestyle of service to the whole world and wanted to be devoted and devotedly live with the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, in the lifestyle that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is teaching, and not being able to do so because of the acts of violence that has been continuously targeted and attacked against Adinams and people inside of Kailasa. And we've seen this in several different ways. If we see first and foremost the ways that the neo-Hindutva militant forces have been attacking the women of Kailasa primarily, for which we have tons of evidence, but still no legal recourse, is the persecution by politically owned media. And it started with the sensational screening and manufacture of misinformation and hate speech, marginalizing the minority communities and especially targeting Hindu women. And this is by using the deep fake and morphing technologies that is available to many different neo-Hindutva militant forces to target Hindu women, especially 2010, when a fabricated video of ASMT actress Ranjita was broadcasted in order to defame her character, destroy her entire career, and delegitimize her guru and our beloved guru, the supreme pontiff of Hinduism. And New Hindutva affiliated media published articles with morphed pictures, with fake and fabricated videos, and articles of fake interviews of even ASMT and the children of Kailasa. For example, in 2017, the articles were published morphing the pictures of a 16-year-old child and 16-year-old girl who was a Nithyananda Gurukul Balasans, morphing her picture and putting that on the bodies of actresses and pornographic actresses, and even faking interviews with this very 16-year-old girl. And not only that, completely demoralizing and characterizing her as for what she stands for, making her absolutely afraid of what could happen, and her lifestyle choices. And unfortunately, they have even characterized each and every one of the women of Kailasa as even addressed them as brainwashed, as even saying that they were sodomized disciples, calling them witches and prostitutes and cult worshippers. These are the exact terminologies that the neo-Hindutva militant forces, as well as the invading forces and missionary forces, have always been using in order to delegitimize, decharacterize, and continue the violence against the Hindu women. And even by using different titles such as Hang the Sin Swamis in the different media articles, these are always the examples of violence inciting media articles, which literally incite so much violence, and at least in the opinion of the public, they are criminalizing Hindu women and the supreme pontiff of Hinduism. And not only this, in the media we have seen so many different women who have been whose narratives and articles have been published in the media, and absolutely posting false different narratives, and so many victims who had undergone so much of trauma, pain, even as children, including, and I'm speaking on behalf of myself as well, victims who were then projected in the media and told to be a liar, told to be brainwashed, and absolutely marginalizing each and every one of us, making the crime itself seem so belittled, and being so belittled, and making that itself invisible. This is what is called secondary victimization. First, victimizing the victim, victimizing the children, the women of Kailasa through brutal force, through rape, and through sexualization, and through sexual molestation, child molestation, and then secondarily victimizing them by making them undergo so much of violence in terms of the amount of questioning that they have to go through by the media, interrogation that is absolutely baseless, and shaming them in public. shaming them in public, and literally questioning their even the most sacred of their values, their own relationship, and their own beautiful sacred sentiments with the Guru. And though we have seen multiple accounts of violence against the women of Kailasa, and though we have seen so many accounts of rape, molestation, and blackmail against women, we have not been able to successfully, in any case, have the legal recourse in India, especially through the media. If we see, the media is easily able to sway the opinion of the public and even the court judges. And court judgments are even not honored by the media. For example, from 2010, 2011, the ASMT actress Ranjita had literally been going court to court, even to the Karnataka High Court, and several associated channels as well as different courts in order to file petition and to seek justice for the crimes done against her. And yet, even though courts had ordered in her favor, still the media never honored the court judgments and willfully continued their decharacterization by streaming 14,000 hours of hateful content against her and other women of Kailasa. And while we're seeing this, in contrast, there still has been some cases of legal recourse outside of India. Just to show the contrast to all the viewers. In India, while there's been no legal recourse, and even if a Hindu sannyasi goes to the police and asks for some kind of acceptance of their complaint, still her police complaint is rejected, is not accepted, and even though she has gone to the length of writing and reproducing that trauma inside of her, still never it has been accepted and never been taken forward to receive justice against her attackers and her offenders and the neo-Hindutva militants who attacked her. While on the other side, in the USA, even in 2017, US courts had penalized media for defamatory content targeting the ASMT, the Adi Shaivite minority tradition community, and penalized $5 million against a media channel. If you see just this contrast, you can see how in the corruption has gone to such an extent that there is no way that any woman could find legal recourse in India. Even a well-established and hardworking actress who one might find, whom one might think is able to receive justice for the acts of crime done against her, still, because this is a targeted attack against women of Kailasa and the disciples and the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself, there is so much of attack ongoing against the women of Kailasa and the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And not only that, we have seen the persecution of Adi Shaivite minority tradition Hindu nuns, even by state authorities. If we see so many different cases where in 2012, 16 women were arbitrarily arrested in the middle of June at 6 p.m. at night, even though it is absolutely illegal for women to be held against her will anywhere outside of her home in in India, it is illegal for women to be held in any place that is not her home after 6 p.m. And what the events, the sequence of events that happened in 2012 literally shows how the Hindu nuns have been targeted for nothing but being disciples of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and for being strong, standing for the revival of Hinduism, which was exactly against the agenda of the state and against the agenda of the neo-Hindutva militant forces. If we see on 6th June 2012, the media had literally raided the Adinam in Bidadi, in Adi Kailasa Sarvagnipitam, and we even have footage of all of the attacks which happened in 2012. And women were being brutally mobbed, being violated and attacked. And that was being filmed and broadcasted in national television. And in so many different cases, women were brutally raped and were sexually molested. In the case Manitya Achalananda Swami, Manitya Bhaktikananda Swami, Manitya Shadhananda Swami, Manitya Jnanatmananda Swami, every single one had been brutally sexually molested during these raids of the entire Adinam, where literally the neo-Hindutva militants had jumped over the gate and attacked Adinavasis, destroyed property, and continued absolute destruction of the entire property, creating havoc of all kinds. And yet, within less than 24 hours, these women that have named were suddenly called by the police, called by state authorities, and were arrested. For what reason? The anti-Hindu, the militant forces had, in this time between the attacks, had filed a case against these women so that they would not be able to file for legal recourse. It seems there's a technical glitch. We can stop the share and start again. Yes. Yes. So overnight, women were unable to speak for themselves, were held against their will in the state authorities in prison overnight. And we were, in this time, the women had undergone so much of violence, being absolutely ridiculed, harassed, and molested by state authorities in prison on this very night. And the women, specifically Manitya Achalananda Swami, Manitya Bhaktikananda Swami, and all these women have written their sharings, have reproduced and had literally gone through that trauma again and again, writing again and again the trauma that they have been through, and trying to file in any police station for the crimes that were done against them. But they were not able to find any kind of legal recourse, and their attempts to find justice and seek some sort of healing, legitimate healing for themselves, was absolutely rejected. And still, again, we're finding that there is no legal recourse happening in India, and the actions of the media continue to exacerbate the amount of violence which was targeted by the neo-Hindutva militant forces. And continuously, these acts would would again and again be exaggerated and start to escalate. And each and every one of you can see literally the attacks that have been happening in 2012 and subsequently in 2017, how raids and the neo-Hindutva militant forces had raided the Adinam, had destroyed the property, and literally stoned each and every one of us. And continuously, there was never any legal recourse for what had happened. And thankfully today, now we're seeing the exact footage of what had happened during the 2012 attacks. And the first thing, which was even broadcasted in national television, is in order to tell the truth to the media of the allegations that were recently filed and recently being spread in the media on the allegations of rape against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, where we were producing the medical reports of the so-called victim, and in that press meet where we were producing the truth about the baseless allegations against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, a neo-Hindutva militant leader had attempted to breach the security of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and literally attempt to assassinate him with an anthrax bomb, which you are able to see. And immediately the security had immediately leaped up in order to secure the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and guide him to security. And now you can see the women of Kailasa being subject to the most brutal acts of violence against them, whether it's molestation or and brutal assault against them. And within just a matter of a few minutes, within just 15 to 20 minutes, the neo-Hindutva militants had executed the next stage in their elaborate plan to literally take down and destroy the work of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Within a few minutes, the neo-Hindutva militant forces had raided the Adinam and literally had jumped over the gate, and they had employed the Navanirmana Sena in order to execute their acts of violence. And that night, even the administrators of the Adi Kailasa Sarvigna Peetham were attacked and needed to be rushed to the hospital. And numerous women were all brutally assaulted and molested during these raids. Here you can see that very footage of the huge mob attacking, throwing stones across the gate, and jumping over the gate and literally beating and using brute violence against the administrators and the Adi Navasis of Kailasa. And you can see even women absolutely defenseless against the mob that had raided the Adinam. And this very footage was submitted to the police in order to seek justice for what had happened against this female sannyasi. However, still today, there is no justice which has been delivered from the complaints that were filed. And still today, those cases are held up in court and not finding the justice against the people, the people um, who had literally been attacking these innocent Hindu sannyasis. And as you can see here, the administrators of Adi Kailasa Sarvajñapitham, having been attacked, needed to be rushed to the hospital and were bleeding profusely from the head and needed to have immediate medical attention and medical procedures done on them in order to save their lives. And yet, still in the media, no matter what, there's been always only hateful content which has never shown the truth of what is going on. Still, only the sensational screening and manufacture of misinformation and hate speech is continuing to marginalize the minority communities and targeting the Hindu women. And especially, this is using deepfake technology and the different morphing technologies, and still that is being done against the Supreme Court of Hinduism and the women of Kailasa. Here you can see on the following day, the women of Kailasa wanted to speak out and hold another press meet in order to tell the media the truth of what was going on. And yet another attack ensued inside of the Adinam in order to withhold the truth from being told in the media, as well to enforce more brute violence against the Hindu sannyasis and the women of Kailasa. And within just hours of this attack, these women, without even being told, were arrested and not even told what for they were getting arrested. Then they were held by the state authorities. And literally, day after day, these women of Kailasa had to undergo the worst kind of violence. In 2012, the government acts against the minority, the Kailasa was specifically extreme. How within a few days, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was illegally arrested, and subsequently, the CM of Karnataka had declared that the Adinam be sealed entirely and taken over by the government, which is absolutely illegal. And then the Adinam was literally sealed, and inside of the Adinam, police enforcement was used in order to continue to detain the Adinavasis, the residents of the Adinam, and the residents of Kailasa were denied even food and basic human rights in order to survive. And especially the children of Kailasa were absolutely traumatized by the amount of violence ongoing. The children of Kailasa in the subsequent attack against the whole Adina had needed to be protected, and and at this time, even the bank accounts of the Adinam were frozen, and we could we could not even get the proper food and arrange for the proper food for the children in Nithyananda Paramashivam. As in this time, the entire Adinam was sealed and taken over by the government. So in this way, we are continuing to see how the femicide and acts of femicide against the Hindu women has been ongoing continuously for the last 2 decades against the women of Kailasa. And this is just a representation and hologram of the attacks against the women of Hinduism for thousands of years. And we have been seeing the persecution by politically owned media, the violent sexual objectification of the ASMP Hindu women, the nuns and the girls, and how there's been no legal recourse in India, and the persecution of the ASMP Hindu nuns by state authorities as well. And this started, once again, with the sensational screening and manufacture of misinformation and hate speech, which was marginalizing the Hindu minority communities and targeting especially the women with the use of deepfake technology and morphing of pictures and videos. Especially the criminal activities of the Neo-Hindutva militant forces surfaced in 2010 when a fabricated video was broadcasted on national television of the ASMT actress Ranjita and was repeatedly played and sensationally broadcast to defame her character and delegitimize her guru, delegitimize the supreme pontiff of Hinduism. And Neo-Hindutva affiliated media then published articles again and again with over 14,000 hours of footage of hate speech being broadcasted on the media, and tens of thousands of media articles as well being published as well, and different kinds of decharacterization and assassination of the character by using phrasing such as sodomized disciples, brainwashed witches, and prostitutes, literally, and also saying by using these prejudicial narratives, they would always project the entire event and narrative in a completely manipulative way that would confuse the entire public, even though majority of the public saw the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and followed the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism as a guru, who were devoted and were devoted Hindus. The media's strategy was to confuse and silence the public in order and be confuse and silence the public in order to continue the silence and to ensure that their acts of violence could continue on. In this way, we have seen how so many different people have had acts of violence done against them. And here you can see the illegal arrest of the women sannyasis, where they were not even told why they were being arrested or what was going on. And they were subject to the worst kind of ridicule, harassment, molestation in the hands of the authorities. And they were not giving any kind of choice as to what they could do, not given any kind of clarity or legal aid even to help themselves and to aid themselves, and even treated, manhandled, and abused by the officials who were handling them. And this is evidence of the continued persecution of the ASMT Hindu nuns and the children by state authorities. And continuously, as you are seeing, we have been subject to all kinds of different violence in the hands of anti-Hindu militant forces, the neo-Hindutva militant forces. And today, thanks to the immense amount of work, the tremendous amount of hard work the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has done, and his sacrifice for each and every one of the Hindu women, today, at least in some way or form, our voices are being heard. The United Nations has recognized the acts of violence done against the Hindu women. I request each and every one of the viewers, as we are awaiting the divine presence of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, please take a few minutes and explore the link where the United Nations has recognized the work of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism to eliminate the violence against women of Kailasa and eliminate violence against women as well. And you can explore and see for yourself the way the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is representing and advocating for the elimination of violence in the United Nations and in the United Nations Special Rapporteur of Femicide. Among so many different civil society organizations, in this, the representative for India is only Kailasa, only the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, who has brought to light, who has brought to the international audience the immense amount of violence going on in order to eliminate it once and for all. Even though the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself has undergone so much and himself been in the hands of the neo-Hindutva militant forces, literally inches away from being assassinated himself, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has continued to ensure that each and every one of us is empowered and stands so that we can live our lives as we want to, as we had declared want to live, as sannyasis, as rudrakanyas, as brahmacharis, as balasams, and live a life powerfully. This is terrifying footage of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism being handled by the mob and literally inches away from an assassination attempt that might have been successful. over the years, whether it is from 2010, 2012, 2017, or 2018, every single year, month after month, we have been seeing brutal attacks against the Supreme Pontiff himself, and the attacks against the women of Kailasa. Even until recently, a bioweapon was launched and deployed against the Adi Kailasa Sarvagna Peetham, and the neo-Hindutva militant forces are still trying their best in order to destroy the mission of Hindus. And continuously, by targeting the women of Kailasa, the women and children of Kailasa, we have been seeing how the neo-Hindutva affiliated media, as well as you can see here, have published articles with pictures of the ASMT Hindu nuns, as well as the children, and literally used captions such as sodomized disciples, and they targeted the ASMT minor girls by publishing pictures and morphing them in national newspapers. And as you can see here, they literally denied the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism his right to worship and right for religion. And due to this, there wouldn't be any religious leader in any different sense, in every different religion, in any different country, who would be treated in such a foul and dehumanizing way. And yet it is the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism who has literally advocated for the elimination of violence more so than any person today. And today, having been recognized by the United Nations and having this persecution recognized by the United Nations literally means so much for the movement that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is doing to eliminate violence against women, where we are bringing to light and reporting the crimes and violence and femicide in marginalized communities and the indigenous Hindu women and the indigenous Hindu women who were subjugated and made invisible by misogynist, sexist groups for thousands of years. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has done so by empowering women, many of whom are targets or have once been victims of the neo-Hindutva militant forces, and empowering them through the various orders of Kailasa as well. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has started and supported the research and studies undertaken to analyze femicide or gender-related killings against Hindu women in India, as well as against the global Hindu diaspora. As well, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has established the concrete measures taken to improve support to victims of violence and protect these victims and prevent femicide overall. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has done literally the most in order to prevent femicide from happening by establishing these Hindu ecosystems which are absolutely violence-free. And by physically protecting the victims of or targets of the neo-Hindutva militant forces through the monasteries, through these peaceful shelters and places, safe havens for women to recover from trauma and undergo peaceful transformation. while they're recovering as well. As well, the Supreme Council of Hinduism has been empowering women with leadership roles and successfully even established more than 2/3 of the leadership positions in Kailasa being filled by women. The Supreme Council of Hinduism has also ensured for reporting on the good practices and challenges in implementing an evidence-based response. And these reports are continuously being shown and told the world through the various different social media and through the as well through the Sri Kailasa Uniting Nations movement, the global initiative in order to bring peace to the world and work alongside the United Nations as well in bringing peace to the world and ending all gender-based violence. As well, the Supreme Council of Hinduism has reported on the result of the analysis of femicide cases as well, by showing that there has been no legal recourse in several of these cases, and how there have been so many different reports of women who have not been able to get the legal recourse of for what they have been through and the trauma that they have been through. As well, the Supreme Council of Hinduism has supported, provided guidance and empowerment to the victims and targets of these acts of violence by the neo-Hindutva militant forces, and has supported at least to seek justice, seek healing, and allow for the legal recourse to happen for the crimes done against them. And in so many different ways, we have seen how this violence happened. And the Supreme Council of Hinduism has been continuously working and ensuring that that there is no longer any violence against the victim and women in Kailasa, has ensured that there will be no way that anyone can harm a woman from Kailasa, can harm a Hindu woman, and restoring the sacred sentiment of Hindu women across the world, reviving the way that women are worshipped in Sanatana Hindu Dharma. The Supreme Council of Hinduism has been literally the world's foremost leading advocate for eliminating gender-based killings, femicide, and violence against women against Hindu women and in India, as well as against the global Hindu diaspora. And today, the United Nations has recognized the amount of work that the Supreme Council of Hinduism has done, has published the report that we have submitted to the United Nations, and has ensured and has ensured that each and every one of us who are victims of horrendous crimes are empowered to stand strong and to have our voices heard and end the crimes done against us. And for each and every one of us women, the Supreme Council of Hinduism has literally created these ecosystems to ensure that we are empowered, and we can be empowered, and to show literally the whole world that we can be empowered by the sacred Hindu sentiment of Sanatana Hindu Dharma. But still, there has not been any kind of legal recourse, any kind of acknowledgement and apology by the media to end the violence that has been done against us and that has been done against the Supreme Court of Hinduism. As you can see here, this is footage from the attacks that were done against the Pavalapundru Adinam in 2017. 4 years back, anti-Hindu militant forces raided the Adinam, the peaceful monastery in Pavalapundru, a sacred Hindu site for all Kailasians across the world, as it is the very place where the Supreme Council of Hinduism had the beautiful enlightenment experience. And yet today, it is a place, it's still a place of continuous attack, vandalizing, and trespassing by neo-Hindutva militant forces, and it is still not safe for any woman to live in. And you can see the escalation of the attacks where neo-Hindutva militant forces are literally attacking the women, and while they are protecting their deities for with their lives and holding on to them, they're literally being dragged, pulled, assaulted, and even the children amongst them are being sexually assaulted as well. And each and every one of us, as we are coming closer and closer to the live Nithyananda Satsang happening tonight at 10 p.m., we must realize that it is time now to declare our conscious sovereignty. And we must do that by taking responsibility, understanding the violence done against Hindus, the violence that we have undergone, and what the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself has undergone in order to revive Sanatana Hindu Dharma. I encourage each and every one of you to share the link. You can find the link for the published page where the UN has recognized the persecution against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism on Facebook, on the official channel for Facebook, on Kailasa's HDH Nithyananda Paramashivam Facebook page. And you will also be able to share this program link as well. Let us share with as many people as possible and make sure that we are doing our part in ensuring what the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has done for each and every one of us Hindus is shown to the world, is told to the world, and brought to the international platform, to the international audience. In just a few minutes, we'll be able to have the live darshan of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. I know each and every one of you are awaiting that sincerely. And I encourage each and every one of you, you can also ask your questions on YouTube, Twitter, Facebook, on the different social media platforms. And during the live satsang, even interact with the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself, and he may grace you with an answer and blessing for your question or your request, and your question might be read out loud during the Nithyananda Satsang as well. So we are just a few minutes away as well for the live Nithyananda Satsang. Let us share this satsang as we are getting prepared for the Nithyananda Satsang. Each and every one of you can spend a few minutes and share this satsang, share this program link, and you can share with all your different, in all of your different social media platforms, perhaps in your favorite one where you're most comfortable, whether that is Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, or YouTube. You can go ahead and ask. And in just a few minutes, we'll be starting to get prepared for the live Nithyananda Satsang. and we'll just be getting right back with you and starting to prepare for the live Nithyananda Satsang after a very quick break. Yes, sorry for that technical glitch. Now, in just a few minutes, we'll be getting prepared for the live Nithyananda Satsang, and each and every one of you will be graced with the presence of the divine, the incarnation of Paramashiva himself, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, and the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism will be revealing to all of us the sacred truth from Sanatana Hindu Dharma on declaring our conscious sovereignty and being able to manifest our conscious sovereignty. You can take a few minutes now and share this satsang with all of your family, your friends. Let us take these few minutes and share with as many people as possible as we get ready for the Nithyananda satsang. And as well, I'll be going through with you step by step how you can ask your questions if you would like to, and perhaps even have the grace and blessings of the Supreme Pontiff Hinduism during the Nithyananda satsang. So on YouTube, if you want to ask your question, you can join as a member of the YouTube channel, and the YouTube channel has more than 7,000 videos with more than 20,000 hours of content. And this is the various darshans, the dikshas, the beautiful different initiations by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, the oneness capsules, and every solution that you want for your life, whether it is for fear, for lust, for greed, for jealousy, or for not having enough money in your life, for having poor relationships in your life, whatever it is, whatever solution that you want, you can ask, and you can simply find a solution through this channel. So I highly recommend and encourage that you become a member of the YouTube channel today. And if during the Nithyananda Satsang, you can ask your questions live directly through the avatar during the Nithyananda Satsang, you can simply ask your questions in the chat, and only members during the Nithyananda Satsang will be able to comment at this time. And you can join as a member right now and get ready. You can ask any of your questions, your sincere seeking questions to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, and you might be just graced by an answer and his blessings during the Nithyananda Satsang. And it's a beautiful way that you can receive his blessings and he can see your messages during this time. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism may even answer your question directly during the Nithyananda Satsang as well. So on Facebook as well, you can go to the Kailasa's main Facebook page and the official handle of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, the official page of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism on Facebook at Kailasa's HDH Nithyananda Paramashivam on Facebook. And you can like and follow this page. Make sure that you are liking and following, and you will be able to get any notification for the special darshans, the special dikshas, the satsangs, anytime that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is gracing us live. And there's many times that are unannounced, that are absolutely a surprise. And when the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism graces us, and we are, and in order so that you can never miss a darshan or a diksha or a satsang, you can get the live notifications. And also you can, if you want to, if you perhaps miss, you are commuting or you are at work during any of the darshans or dikshas, you can ask, you can simply go back, scroll down, and see the retelecast or the video of the live satsang. So you'll never even miss a satsang or a darshan or a diksha in case you do have to miss it. make sure that you're liking on Facebook. And as we are just getting closer and closer to the live satsang, you can ensure that you are also you can ask your questions through Twitter. You can also share this live satsang on Twitter. Just hit retweet to the live Twitter feed of this satsang, and you can ensure that you are asking your questions if you would like to by hitting reply to this tweet on Twitter and using the hashtag #AskTheAvatar, and you can tag @Sri Nithyananda for your questions to be answered if by the grace of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism during the Nithyananda satsang. And as well on Instagram, you can ask your questions as well through by commenting on the post for the live satsang, and as well you can also send in your questions through WhatsApp or through the live chat on the kailasa.org website. So in that way, you will be able to ask your questions. You can ask your questions about anything, about if you are sincerely seeking, or if you are seeking some kind of advice or guidance in your spiritual path, you can ask, and by the grace of the Supreme Pontiff, you'll be able to, might have the guidance you are looking for, or perhaps even more than that, with his blessings and grace. So I invite each and every one of you, if you'd like to, you can ask your questions, you can get ready and ask, and please do spend a few minutes right now and share this satsang. Let us enrich the whole world with the presence of the avatar with us on planet Earth right now, without whom we will not be able to enjoy Sanatana Hindu Dharma, the lifestyle of Sanatana Hindu Dharma as we do today. And we would not be able to be assured that Sanatana Hindu Dharma is absolutely in the right hands and will be protected as the last hope of Hinduism. Now, let us take a few minutes and continue to share in all these different social media platforms. So spend a few minutes now and share in all the different social media platforms, and we will be, in just a few minutes, able to have the grace of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and sit in his presence and imbibe the cognitions, the powerful cognitions that will be revealed directly from Kailasa, from Paramashivoham himself. Yes, we can continue sharing in all the different social media platforms. Soon, we will be able to be in the grace of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Let us now begin getting ready for the darshan of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism by entering into a brief meditation. Sit with your head, neck, and spine in a straight line. Breathe deeply, inhale and exhale, and with the divine remembrance of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself, now let us enter into this brief meditation before we are in the divine presence of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself, getting ready our inner space and preparing ourselves to receive the divine cognition, powerful cognitions from Paramashivoham himself. So sit with your head, neck, and spine in straight line. Let us chant the Mahavakya. Invoke the powerful presence of Paramashiva in your inner space with the Mahavakya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Let us now chant together. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham. Om Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham.